It is 9:02, and it was not my fault. We got a little late this morning. So anyway,
You're 3 minutes early.
So it's 9:02 in the morning. We're about to get ready, and Mr. Cotton, will you give us the invocation, please, sir?
Absolutely, beyond. Heavenly Father, we thank you for another day of working for the citizens. We ask that you give us that we have good debate, good discussion, good questions, and good answers. We ask that you get this budget done within budget, with no overages, and we ask this all in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Okay. I would entertain a motion to approve the agenda. Second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay. I don't see anybody signed up for recognition of the public, so we can cross that off and move on. All right, just very briefly, just for everybody's aware here, but just for the record, we will be operating largely today under relaxed rule set, so that folks can ask people questions and have kind of debate amongst themselves without having to go through me, unless we get to a point where we're going to actually have to make a decision on something and it's very clear. Then we'll come back into rules, and I'll have I'll take votes. If it's very clear that we're not, that we don't, we all kind of agree on something, then I'll just ask our finance folks to make a change or an edit, and we'll move forward. But at any time, if somebody doesn't agree, they can raise their hand and call for a vote, and we'll go under rules, and we will make we'll have formal votes on any changes. So, without anything further, I will move it to you, Ms. Browning. All right. Thank you, ma'am. Okay, Mr. Mayor. Without objection, I will remove our rules so we can.
In wisdom of our state legislature, the legislature, they just said an MOE on my budget, so sorry, guys. With my budget, there really are no major changes. The salaries, it's I went with what.
A2.
A2, 8, and 9.
A2.
No, I got it right here.
I tried to do it the way Dylan did. I'm not left-handed. Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
Are we focused?
We're focused. Mr. Hunt, I may need you to teach me how to keep kids in school appropriately focused.
Oh, it's out of control.
Go ahead, Mr. Mayor.
So, on A2, on the salary worksheet, there really isn't anything. I didn't ask anything extra. We'll go with whatever this body decides is the merit increase. If you go to county buildings A8 on the salaries, or does anybody have any questions about the non-changes on A2? Okay. A8, I will ask, and I left it blank for now because I felt it was easier just to leave all of these blank until we got to the salary discussions. But for Brian Harvey, I will ask for a little bit more if possible. He's moved into a supervisory role at the courthouse, and I think his pay should be commensurate with the supervisory role. So once we get to the salary discussion, I'll talk about that a little bit more. I don't want to belabor any points. Which one is that? That is on county buildings A2. He is the maintenance worker.
A8 or A2?
Oh, I'm sorry,
A8.
A8. Yeah, with the county buildings, with our maintenance workers, and, you know, obviously you can see the pay that we have.
Yeah, is he maintenance supervisor?
He's maintenance worker right there.
At the top?
Yeah,
Okay.
I want to elevate him to maintenance supervisor over at the courthouse.
So that'd be about $20,000.
Well, it won't be quite as high as the 74.
I've got to ask this, so we have one maintenance supervisor, why do we need two?
Because one's here.
Oh, okay,
Yeah, this is at the courthouse.
fair, okay,
How many
answer.
courthouse custodians do we have now? And that would include the supervisor? Okay.
Well, no, it does not include, we have three custodians and then the maintenance guy,
So you're gonna move Brian Harvey over, so there'll be four now.
so there'll be four.
Okay,
Good, that's good, because that's.
Yeah.
okay.
Who's the maintenance supervisor here?
Robert Gann.
Robert, okay.
Did you have something?
It's not on the, are you talking about this too, or just, you wanna get through all this first?
No, we're just getting through through AA right now.
Got it.
So we'll talk about that more when we get to, workshop. When we get to workshop, yes, sir. Yeah, I don't want to belabor any points here. The, budget for the county buildings,
No,
Page 32.
I'm sorry. Thank you.
on that one, we really didn't make any changes other than I did, COLAs for all the utilities. And that was basically it. There's a couple, we're still working on fixing those steps at the front of the courthouse. I did add some extra in for that. I'm hoping the fix that we have now will work. Just to give you a little bit of background on the courthouse steps, when they put that tile down, they used the wrong thin set adhesive.
The new courthouse?
The new courthouse. Oh, I know.
Saltpeter.
And used the wrong one, so it's been busting up due to the weather.
We love that.
And so we've been trying to piecemeal that. I think I've got a fix for it now, but at the moment, you know, obviously if we don't need it, we won't spend it.
Is that something that we can go back to the contractor?
We've tried, yeah, it's out of warranty.
Of course.
Yeah,
Really?
so, yeah.
It's only just a couple of years.
No, it's older than that.
Those steps?
Yeah, so it's out of warranty, so it is what it
I
is.
think that'd be 4 years, because it was before. Motivated all these people to run.
Other than that, that's really all that we did with county buildings. I know Beth, and it's different than my budget, Beth made a few changes on line items, to make it a little easier. The problem we have with the building, and, you know, David and I talked about this, we wanted a better allocation per building. We wanted to see where we was, per building cost. At the end of the year, we get to that point because, you know, we'll transfer funds in. But for the budgeting process, it's just too difficult to try to itemize each building. We just don't have enough historical data to go in and say we can do that with confidence and not have to transfer. So what we're still doing is we're still putting it in mostly lump sums and then taking it out as we go and applying the utilities to each individual building. So we still can tell you where it goes by each building, but budgeting at the very beginning, we just haven't gotten to the point where we can do that. Beth, you're welcome to weigh in on that.
Well, part of that, so we have a location code account line set up for each building. And for electricity, for example, all of the budget is in a zero location code. And then we have each building under that. For audit purposes and for the financials, all those roll up into that zero location code anyway. So it's not really necessary to have a budget in each line. But the budget and the zero location code needs to be in the right object code. it doesn't have to be location code. So, as the mayor said, we can run reports if you ever want to see anything per location, but the budget wouldn't be on each location. It's just the expenditures are shown.
Okay.
We did try doing that a few years ago, and it was a nightmare, trying to do budget adjustments for all the locations, and we realized it was easier to do it by object code. The idea, he referenced the changes I had made. I'd spoken with him to see if we could keep the same budget dollars that he requested, but just move them into the lines where those expenditures historically have been. So I did make a few adjustments in county buildings and courthouse and jail maintenance budgets for that.
But like, if I came to you and said, what is the building on Highway 25 in Hilton Lane next door to the fire department, you would have that itemized for that building. We could see how much that cost us a year to maintain or whatever.
Yes, sir.
On the maintenance and repair equipment, I'm assuming that's just getting it up to historical numbers, but then on the maintenance and repair building, it's typically been around 25 to 35. We've got putting it up to 90. But then I noticed that the heat and air was zeroed out. Is that just moving money around? Or is that something completely?
Yeah, that's moving, that's just moving between the line items.
Okay.
Most of our heating and air has gone into that capital project, HVAC. We have some that's still on maintenance, heating and air, but any replacement comes out of that capital project that y'all assigned a couple of years ago, that we continue to work from as the units go out.
So the maintenance and repair equipment would be for that, or is that something completely?
That would be completely different.
Oh,
Yeah, it would be small equipment pieces.
Okay.
Yeah. If we're able to fix the unit rather than replace it. If we're replacing the unit, it'd come out of the capital.
But then the maintenance and repair building, is that for those steps that you were talking about? It's just a $72,000 app, so I didn't know if it was.
Yeah, no, the other one, that one comes out of the jail house budget.
Okay, so I just didn't know if you were like, yeah, we need to replace X, that's why we added 70,000 in there.
Yeah, no, that would be just line adjustment that we were making.
Okay.
I have a question. Have we ever replaced the roof on this building? I feel like I live here, so I should know. I don't believe I've ever
We
seen.
still got a couple cans of Flex Seal left over.
Okay.
Didn't we put funding toward this?
Well, here's where we are. We had
I remember
we
that.
had an architect look at it and said it is beyond their scope. They recommended another one. So, Shamrock is working with that architect engineer. I had proposed that if we need, it's gonna be more than 1.5 million. And
Because we gotta take off the railing mess, right?
Yeah, there's also two huge fireplaces.
Part of it, that's gonna fix a lot of things,
On the roof?
but.
We have fireplaces in this.
We had chimneys.
Yeah, that was a while back. The membrane, it's all of it, that part was improperly repaired before. And really, the best way to fix it is to tear it off, start it, to get it right.
But we'll have to tear off the cupola or lift it off with a crane. And we'll have to do something with those chimneys. They're huge.
It's gonna be
They weigh
major-
tons.
But we've got an architect engineer that's gonna work on that and give us some recommendations that will come to general ops next year. So, but right now, we're still banged up.
Because I haven't heard about leaking anywhere since the ice storm 2 years ago. 2 years ago.
We'll have a leak here and there, and we'll fix
But
it.
it's not like the,
But it's not major.
That's true.
Third floor?
I still.
I mean, you say.
in a while. You did, you had, Jordan had a leak in her office.
So when you leave for the weekend at night, do you put a tarp over everything?
No, it's not, it's like in the corners away from the
Yeah.
computer, so.
She's put the plant there and let it water.
I was thinking of getting the put.
yeah, there's structural damage too. There's,
We
we're deferring this for a year to try to figure out if we want to, like, to get the full shebang.
Wouldn't that be capital?
Yeah, it's gonna be capital.
And I was gonna talk about that when I got to capital.
Okay, well, I just wanted to ask, because
I remember we spoke about this when we
it
were
was a
talking
big
about
deal 3 years ago. Then I never heard anything else about it again.
That's because we've basically been patching it, because I think we're gonna get the same answer that the previous commission got, that, you know, it's gonna be much more than $1.5 million. I think it was, what, 3 back then?
That was almost 4, yeah.
Yeah, and it's gonna be more than that now, I venture yes.
Wait until October, so David loves being on the roof.
Yes, sir.
He's not gonna be a commissioner, so I'll send him up. You can feel.
You could do it. I'll do it. I'll do it. I'll be waiting on that.
Wait, what page are you
I'm
on?
on page 33 of the other contract for services, we went up 30,000. Is there anything that we're expecting, or is something new that's gotta be out?
That's one of those changes I made based on history.
Okay.
So if it's just moving the money around that it already asked for, it's just moving it within those line items.
Okay.
We're trying to alleviate some budget transfers.
I got you.
She said she's busy enough without all these commissioners.
Yeah, unfortunately, this budget, and, you know, the ones in my office deal with it with finance, there's so many transfers that we make, and, it's pretty complex, but the bottom line on the budget, outside of COLA increases, we really didn't increase.
Yeah, it's netted out, it's only increasing.
Yeah, so,
building.
It's not just this big.
courthouse and jail budget, same way. The only thing of note on there is addressing those steps. If this fix doesn't work, then I'm gonna just do a complete tear down. Start all over.
Not with this
That's the only way to fix it.
The roof? What?
No, we're on the courthouse.
Oh, the courthouse. Oh, I'm sorry. I was marveling at the, electricity.
Step.
Just say 13 votes.
If this fix doesn't work, which I think it will, because it's all of the exposed tile that we're addressing, the rest of it's under roof, and we think it's gonna be okay. And this, what we're doing is we're taking all the tile off, and then we're gonna stamp the concrete. And so we won't put tile back on.
It's house slippery too.
And so we think that's gonna look good, and will solve the problem. That's the only major thing on the courthouse. Everything else, unless Beth corrects me, everything else is pretty much status quo, other than COLA for utilities.
How far out, I know we've answered this question 17 times, I'm trying to remember, how far out do we think we are in building a new jail?
45 is what he said.
Yeah,
45?
shit, more than a decade.
Oh, okay.
No, 35, you're right.
35, I think is what.
40, maybe.
It's somewhere,
Yeah.
it's several commission cycles out.
How long did you
Do
say
you
that?
remember that?
Hmm?
40.
So
Yeah.
that's,
Yeah.
Bill.
well, let's put it this way, if we're still on this same trajectory, we should, and we don't take off any new stuff, we should be debt-free. Or almost, we'll have a huge amount of
I
debt.
should know if it was, say, 5 years, and I wanna go ahead and start.
No.
And he was going around telling people. it was-
I asked, I'm talking there.
Arrest anybody over 4'6".
Mr. Mayor, anything else?
That's all I've got on those. If you wanna move to capital project, we can talk about that real quick.
Okay.
So, the county administration bill to 1.5 million. It's my recommendation, we back that off to 100,000.
For repairs.
And basically that's just to kind of keep it going for a year while we get it
Figure out what's
thrown
going on.
together.
So that's the roof.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, sorry.
That 100,000 will be to hire the engineer to look at it and really put together a comprehensive plan. Right.
Page 81.
Where at?
I don't know.
It's on the screen.
Oh, okay, sorry.
I mean, it's in there too, but it's, yeah.
Yeah, and this is gonna be intermingled with a bunch of other projects, but the ones that I'm working on. So it's my recommendation that we
should be
Up here,
100,000, yeah.
here, building, do you see it? I'm sorry, Mayor, I didn't,
That's okay.
no, I asked you about that out of line.
No, you're fine.
Okay.
I remember we talked about this a couple months ago in budget, but I can't remember the exact number.
Sorry, I know.
There you go.
Okay.
Yeah, it's easy to mess those
So
up.
if you go to page 87 in your budget document. That shows the fund balances from the end of 27, we're projecting just over 26 million as a balance. And then, there would still be 5.5 for the other allocation. Oh, here
That's
we
part
are.
of the 20
You're looking
million
at
that
the,
we allocated.
Yeah.
you're looking at
We just
the
added $1 million
27,1.
to it, so it's 26, okay. Just making sure I'm following numbers.
So, also on my submission, typically I submit the $50,000 for the jail, the equipment. If y'all remember yesterday, the sheriff talked about that, so I want to make sure that we're not duplicating it. There'll only be $50,000 for kitchen equipment replacement in the budget. Just to let you know, the ADA transition plan, traditionally, we've been putting $150,000 a year in. I suggest we can continue to do that. This year, now that we're getting where we're moving forward on general sessions, I've got to build a sidewalk from that handicap on the side,
The parking lot over there.
South Water. Yeah, I need to build a sidewalk going around to that building because that's more economical than trying to reroute those steps. Those steps, we're gonna have to build a landing and all of this, so we're working on.
Is that the old general sessions
Old
building?
general sessions, yeah. And so that will come out of this year's ADA funds. We should be getting that project going.
So you're gonna have to take it up along Water Street then? Rather than try to build a ramp from the parking
And build a
lot?
landing and get, yeah, it was.
It's too hard.
Yeah, with that slope, it was very difficult.
Yeah.
We could do it, but it was very difficult.
Yeah.
They want to just build a sidewalk going around and they can get it much easier.
That's at least a 10-foot elevation differential, I think.
Oh, yeah. So, HVAC program, we're at about $777,000. We're gonna ask that you continue that program. We replace them as they go out.
Yep, we did that, I think,
Last
first,
year.
I thought it was 2 years ago.
2 years ago.
We set up a
Yeah.
schedule of just,
And
trying to
just,
keep them up.
we gotta run.
Oh, here it is.
Specifically at some point today.
we will,
How is that
when we get
working
into
out for you?
workshop,
I mean,
yeah,
it's-
workshop, we'll do it all.
And this is nobody's fault other than the rules. Once we spend $25,000, we now, instead of just replacing it, we have to bid it out, even if it's $14,000. So we're having to go through the RFP process for each one of these units.
It's an aggregation issue.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
is that state law?
Which, yeah, I don't agree with it, but,
What's the limit?
25,000.
25,000, so once you get to 25,000 total purchases, is that per building, per location, or is
It's just
that?
per county.
Okay.
So that's a cumulative amount.
Yeah, so once we spend $25,000 in an HVAC unit, we now have to RFP it, even if it's only $14,000 to replace that unit.
If we'd have gone and done an allocation for each building, there's no, really?
You still,
That's what I
that
think.
line
That
item,
needs to be tiered.
yeah.
I wish, yeah, but
It's
Sounds like somebody needs
the
to run the
law
office.
what's keep painting the same here, because it reaches an aggregate, and I think, well, I don't know what the intent of the state legislator is, but, the point being to marshal all your work at one time to get that, if it is over 25, that you get everything you need. And unfortunately, we're in no man's land when we aggregate this stuff up.
so we can't say, well, let's go ahead and knock out 10 units this month, because, 9 of them are working.
Right.
The other one's the one's broken, so.
Can we not, I'm sure the schools do, I feel like the schools probably they have a big, well, we don't have a maintenance building, but could we not buy 3 or 4?
They're all different units.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's,
different loads,
sizes.
different.
Well, I understand that, but you couldn't just, in your list?
Well, there's the install and everything too, though.
Well, I know, but you,
Yeah, there's warranties, there's.
but, yeah.
I don't mean by 5 of the same.
No,
I mean, we know we've got 5 or 6 units, we know how old they are. Could we not RFP 4 or 5 from this firm, blah, blah, and have them
Kind of
in
stacked them.
storage? Cause we do that, like we buy stuff that we know we're gonna need in one, cause it's usually also cheaper to buy it in bulk, or it could just be a storage.
We also don't have storage.
Okay.
We really don't have to.
Yeah, and you never know when the buildings are gonna go out.
Yeah.
I mean, some of those things is R22 units have lasted way longer than
Mhm.
They should have already been gone.
Right, and they're still running flawlessly.
Yeah. So that's where we are with that program. Parking lot project,
Are you still on page 89?
Oh, you want me to make it?
I'm still on capital projects.
Okay.
Where are we gonna put it?
So,
They
We
gonna
did.
be across the street from my church.
when the bids came back on parking lot projects, it's turned into a phase 1, phase 2 project. We did all we could with the money we had on the first one. Now we're asking for another $175,000 to finish the parking lot projects.
Here?
Across the county. We have them all, we're, maintaining all the parking lots.
Who does this?
We bid it out.
We bid it out.
Yeah, so we're asking for $175 to complete that.
Is Highway unable to do that? Do they have the ability to do it?
With what time?
Well, I mean, that's fair. Right now, they're,
Yes.
right, I mean, right now, we were just talking about,
Unless you give them another $1 million and they'll find a way.
Well, they've got equipment to do roads, parking lots sometimes, a little very different.
So that's where we are with the parking lot project. We'd love to finish that. The Hollows Drainage Project, phase 3, I was out there on site.
What a mess.
Yeah, it is a mess. I was on site earlier this week with Toby. They need another $150,000 on top of this 100 to get this project finished. Curb cuts.
will this actually finish it?
They are confident it will finish it.
Right.
Yeah, they're on the tail end of the project. They just hit issues, and unfortunately, it's where we are with the project. We need to finish that.
So are we done with phase 2? Is that why that's
They're rolling into phase 3 now.
Perfect, okay.
Working on that, and we need, instead of 100, we need $350,000. We need another 250. Or excuse me, no, we need another 150, so we need 250
I was about to
total.
say, hold on.
Yeah, we need 250 total.
So the 100 here's wrong.
Yeah, the 100's already there. This changed.
Yeah, we'll just put it up there.
Let me make sure.
Lord.
Can we go to the Highway?
When it wasn't
Oh,
there.
right.
She added it in, is it okay?
Is there any objection to adding that in?
I'd like to.
So there's,
I want it all.
I mean, we're frustrated with
Can
it.
somebody remind me how we got into this in the first place, quickly, in the 2-minute
It's an
dough?
old project that was
Yeah.
causing all kinds of
And
problems.
didn't we get some of the ARPA money
Oh,
for it?
yeah, we did.
It was like, we started with $750,000.
We've dealt with this every single cycle.
Yep, and I hope we're finishing it on this one.
I mean, it's a worthy project to done.
That's what?
It's a worthy project.
It is.
Yeah.
I think it's in one of those that's got getting cooked.
Well, it was just done badly in the first place, and that was the sign of the times, and
Yeah.
I remember going out there with Josh, and one of the storm drains under the road was corrugated metal pipe, and it was rusted holes right through it. I mean, that asphalt was getting ready to drop.
I have a question. Maybe I'm missing on here. Didn't we put funding toward a stoplight last year?
Yeah, that's still going on. That's
Okay.
not in mine.
Okay,
That would be in planning.
Where?
okay.
Yeah,
Done.
we got that.
Intersection of Long Hollow
Oh,
and,
and ladder.
Yeah,
Ladder.
still
Ladder.
Yeah,
that's a bad,
it's really dangerous.
okay. That's fine. I didn't know.
Marshall talked.
Okay.
Yeah, still working on it. And probably, he won't ask for new money, I believe.
But just to roll it over. That's fine.
State's not gonna donate to that.
I mean,
So,
Roundabout.
flood mitigation plan, we're keeping $100,000 in there if something comes up. Right now, what we're wanting to finish up the current project where we're buying that old property and cleaning all of that up and cleaning up around the Draper House and, hopefully we'll get all that finished up and make that into, all of that will have deed restrictions where it has to stay green space. So just like the FEMA project, reported Gen Ops on this, very similar when we buy property through the FEMA program, for citizens. It's in the deed restrictions that no construction can happen on that property.
Yeah, but there really couldn't anyway, because it's so, it's impossible to build on now anyway by our standards.
So, asking about Lattimore Lane, he didn't request any money, he just asked to carry over the majority of it.
It takes a little time to get that project finished. So that's Cotton Town. We got a truck in there for $49,000. We're gonna need a new truck. The old one is gonna go to EMA for their swiftwater rescue team. They're gonna use it for those purposes. So that's only $49,000.
how many miles is on the truck when you have?
90,000. But it's gonna stay in service.
Spring chicken.
So, it was an old highway truck. It was an old highway truck, and now it's gonna be an old, mayor's truck, and now it's gonna be a swiftwater rescue truck. So that's where we are with that. And then the last one, Commissioner, Moss brought this to me. There's several roads still in the Westmoreland area that do not have water, even through our projects. So this is a project to try to get them water, get water lines to them.
That's the 600.
And what we're doing is a $3 million project, but we're working on a CDBG grant.
So
Community development block grant. Yeah. A community development block grant. The $600,000 is our match for that, if we get awarded that grant to do the water project.
So it'll be 1.2.
Okay. No,
It's a $3 million grant.
But we are only responsible for that. Gotcha.
yeah, so we're asking for $600,000 for the match for that grant. And that brings water out to, I wanna say 3 or 4 roads out in that area. So, now that the water stuff's done, now we're gonna start seeing these little side streets that just didn't get captured in the big projects, that I still feel we have an obligation to try to get water to.
There's a road in my district, it's on the far east, it's almost to 231, and it's Homer something. It has no water in it, I think it's Constellium Springs Bethpage Water Utility District. Would that be open for some sort of a grant?
We can look at that, yeah.
I got a couple of brothers that they bought a little water truck.
Yeah.
And they go to a fire hydrant where they've got a meter on it. And they load up this 200-gallon water truck every other day.
Wow.
And fill the tanks on their own property. It's crazy.
I know about that. Somebody else told me about that.
It's, for Westmoreland, it's fairly densely populated. The county, area, like Tom Beasley Road.
So how are they operating now? Are they on wells?
Or water truck.
Or water truck in this guy's case. These two brothers.
I think we pay for it anyway.
People still buy
Yeah.
property and can't dig a well.
But I'd love to help those guys, because there's
Yeah.
several people on that road.
That's something we can talk about and see if there's a project.
Yeah. And the interesting thing is there was a promise to have a pipe in that road, and then there was a developer that came in and they took the funds for that pipeline and put it in that development and left.
And that's something else, we've gotta work with the water department to see if that's infrastructure that they're working on. it's intermingled with the other department capital projects, but, this is just endeavors that we're taking care of out of county buildings and courthouse. Any other questions?
No.
All right, let's move on.
Okay, Mr. Sidler?
Yes, we'll start with,
On A3, A10, and A24.
okay, I've got the two org charts coming around. For the law director one, I did not make any significant changes. I'm hoping because I didn't double check it, but as long as COLA was getting picked up, I don't think I made any significant changes.
Is this something, Eric, that you got recently, this probation stuff?
Yes. That's a sec, I'll go over that line in a second. Anybody have any questions on this?
What's the JC? JC supervisor and JC times 7.
There you go. That shouldn't be in my line anymore.
Yeah, that's judicial commissioners, but
That,
they're not
that
there.
falls under, Judge Glenn.
Okay,
Yes,
so
but it
I am
used
so sorry. I
those
didn't-
are gone?
Please scratch through, judicial commissioners. I dropped them and picked up probation.
Yeah, we already,
to be.
and that.
Yeah,
My keynote.
Judge Martin has that now, and now he's doing that.
Here's on, you're into your office with periodicals. What was that capture? It just went up.
That's Westlaw, that's publications I have to get. The online access by itself is about $700 a month. So when it comes to law libraries, that gets expensive real quick, and they've upped their plan prices.
I didn't know if that captured the online stuff.
It does, actually, it captures both that and, print.
And print.
Yeah.
Uh, 26, the side that he did is 26, 27, and 6.
Attorney, okay, got it.
Do you want to talk about all three of yours or just one at a time?
I was gonna do them one at a time. I've got representatives for each one.
Gotcha. Okay.
And my huge capital improvement would be a refrigerator that went to Bellevue on me, so. That's my huge back-breaking ass.
I don't know, hey,
Yeah.
what's the premium on surety bond?
That's in risk management.
Yeah, that's a separate, that's another department.
That's the bonds for the, officials.
Right.
So that'll go up significantly this
Yep.
fiscal year.
Oh, because of elections.
Oh,
Never mind, it's
okay.
renewals. Okay, that makes sense. Thank you.
All right.
And I was just doing, the law director's portion now, so
Yeah, no, I'm sorry, I'm ahead of you.
I just wanna make sure nobody else had any questions on that part. Okay. Then we, let's see, what do we have next here? Risk management. And I think that gets into Commissioner Burke's question.
Well, we took care of it, so.
So, here's gonna be, if I had a Christmas wish list, it would be that I would like an employee in this line. Ms. White is running the show by herself, and she's doing quite a bit. So I say that to say this, I probably will be making employee ask next budget, in this specific area. But, we've had to make some adjustments, and a lot of this on here is set by finance once the budget's been established, so I will not have answers as far as claims, liabilities, workers' comp, stuff of that nature. We've got the, broker, we may be in touch on that. Are we good on the broker part of this? Because we had that $100,000 question mark. Okay. Yeah, okay. That's one of the asks, that because of the increase as well. And, now we've, gotten in the AED business. And, so we're maintaining a lot of these around county buildings, so that's a line that's going up as well. I think we asked for $7,500. We've got to inspect them, we've got to make sure we've got batteries for replacements, and it's basically a whole mounted kit assembly in each of these buildings, so we've got to just stay on top of those. So that's what that ask is about. It was a new line. Yeah, that was a new line.
So, he's in the 263 self-insurance fund budget. The part he's talking about right now is not in county general.
I lost you. Where does that take us?
What does that new line for the AEDs?
Is it in your budget?
Well, 114 is the.
Oh, it's in page two.
And who what?
Sorry, it's in self-insurance fund,
Which is
miscellaneous schedule.
just, if you read your page numbers, it says.
Better watch it. I'll come across this table.
Thank you, Jess.
I love you. Are there any questions on risk management?
What page were we at? 114. Okay, so on 114, and I know we passed it last year, we raised on the liability claims line, we went, before we were at 104, 25 we were at 266, 26 we were at 233, but we've allocated 560,000.
Because that is an unknown number, it's based on lawsuits we receive, it's based on ongoing legal work that has to be conducted, so that's a line finance sets, based on prior expenditures, and it's, so the money is there for legal proceedings.
We just haven't come close to hitting it.
It's usually money that goes back, yes, sir, and, it's just, we've got to make sure we've got enough, because.
No, I understand, I'm not saying cutting it to 233, but I mean, we are looking for,
Can we cut down to 400?
But if you look at the line right below that, the liability claims, they're posted at 225, and that has been significantly higher than that, past few years. What usually ends up happening is we have transfers. We can adjust between those two lines, if you'd rather do that.
It's the same thing if you go.
Well, to that point, what if we just did another 100,000 on that one, so that we've already had to do two transfers of $100,000 each within those two lines because of that.
You know, that's what I'm thinking, but if you want to present it a more accurate and not have to do those transfers. Because, the highway claims is the same deal, and the school claims, although it's not as out of whack.
I believe the school claims are all prior claims before they split.
Sure. I mean, it really comes out as a wash, but if you don't have to fool with the transfers.
Well, I mean, if you look at these numbers, like, I just did the quick math, the estimated expenditures are $750, and we're budgeting about $1,050,000, so it's still $300,000, which I agree, I mean, as we talked about yesterday, be conservative, but it's $300,000 too much.
Is that liability claims, would that involve having, that would not be contracted services like for, like if you had a lawsuit that had 3 different attorneys involved?
It would come out of that.
That number?
Yes.
You better leave it like it is.
Is this what they done?
Yeah.
Change.
Additional employee, or would that not need to come through the self-insurance board?
I'm not understanding the
A
question.
request for additional employee?
If I were you one, it would be for the purposes of assistance for Ms. White. She does SIB, yes, but she also does risk management, OJI claims. There's quite a bit. It would be overlapping.
I think his request, and maybe you answered it, would that request have to come through the SID board? Or does that come through here? I don't know, I'm asking.
I've not thought it would need to, but that's not to say I'm right. I would have thought it would just been a general personnel request, so
I think that was.
I know some of us have talked individually about the possibility of help. The type of help, the type of employee, who it would be, their skill level and so forth, I think would be.
Oh, yes.
We have
To
not
your
at this point, made any decision on, we need this person.
Yes, if that went down Commissioner Boyd's line of thought about having somebody who's got a degree possibly in that focus or that arena. So yes, it has been discussed in SIB. No outcome.
No recommendation at
Correct.
this point.
Correct. Anybody got any other questions on this?
So Beth, you adjusted so that there may be less transfers in the future. Yeah.
Kim, any other comments? All right, now I got probation. Let me introduce you all to Mr. Justin Hampton. He is over probation. He's the supervisor director. He's lead dog.
The manager.
So we've got some unusual things going on here. One was this statute I talked to Judge Blanton about yesterday. That got shoved down our throat by the state for this Class A misdemeanors needing to be.
Where's the salary page?
Page 24.
Page 24. Okay. Sorry.
So, we're now having to, you want to explain how you're snapping that?
So is it for the,
I'm talking about
cognitive behavior?
Yes.
So I have a facilitator already in-house. There's an online program that we purchased last budget. It's completely online. Myself and Ms. Williams are the ones that will be keeping up with it. It's just a matter of getting it going more.
And how many of those have we gotten already?
Between 25 and 35,
And how many personnel are actively working that?
myself and Ms. Williams.
Okay. So, So that's one of the programs we got going, and then we've got the regular training and education classes that are going on out there. And,
So what was this 24,000? So I'm just trying to understand the 24,000. Yeah.
That was additional money, they had an employee who retired, who'd been there a long time.
Okay.
And when they replaced her, the salary was much lower, so they had additional money.
Okay. And so because I mean, and I've been, everybody where I see kind of a major change in salary,
They're asking you 10,000.
I press on this, right? Like, because, you know, what I think we're shooting for across the board is a consistent, you know, we have the cost of living, and then we have the additional requests. And so that in that, you know, new personnel, that's separate, or if there's a specific individual that's out of whack, right? One of the, then, you know, that's different. But other than that, I think we're looking at, you know, maybe another 1.5%. So these are a good bit above that. I see, you know, your argument here is that, hey, I'm turning in money basically, and I want to use some of that, and I get it, and you're looking out for your people. So don't take this as me pressing, but like from my point of view, like I have to get justification for like these are, you know, 4, 5, 6% increase on top of COLA. Like, is there like, are they putting on more workload? Are there things?
So each of my officers supervise between 300 and 400 defenders. That's a lot.
Okay.
It's time consuming. Carrying court twice a week. They see people Mondays, Thursdays, Fridays. There's a lot of work that goes into probation. It's mentally taxing. I mean, I feel like my people deserve a little more because the caseloads are so large and there's so much to manage. Which people coming in every month.
What's your turnover rate on in your staff? Like year over year, how many people leave and come back? Like how?
So last year, Ms. Brown retired after 32 years. The year before that, Ms. Ross retired after over 15. So they're hardly any time.
Okay, got it. Any other questions?
Yes.
Is that because the passion for the business that they're doing? I mean, I think maybe what, I don't want to put words in his mouth, my question would be, I understand that you think they should be paid more. At the end of the day, we're going to be fighting dollars every week. So it sounds like since you have low turnover, people are very happy doing what they're doing there. Doesn't mean they shouldn't be compensated more, but your turnover is less than, say, the emergency calls.
Yeah, the ECC and Ms. Templeton's office, right? I mean, there's
a huge turnover there because it's not a lot of fun and it's high stress, not that you're resistant. So, yeah, we're trying to thread the needle here, and so we're just, you know, if your turnover is lower, that'll allow us to consider different things. And it sounds like it's lower because it's a great place to work, or it's a mission field for them.
Yes.
Do you have any idea?
I can't answer.
Okay.
For those people.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
all right. Any other questions? Thank you, sir. All right. So I think we did finance yesterday, so I think we're going to register the deeds. Okay, Ms. Hemrick. Oh, there you are. Looking over here.
I got it. Here's the organization.
Thank you.
I think I'll start with, our deputy. So I'm asking for, versus A5.
A5?
So what's the budget document? That one's not on here.
Oh, yeah, it doesn't have it on there.
Yes, 29.
29. Sorry, we're getting organized. So we can follow.
A lot of papers here, Hall.
Okay, I understand. 29.
Should've went to the
All right, are we all ready? Go ahead, Ms. Moore.
Okay, starting with our deputies, I'm just asking for an additional 1% on the COLA, making a total of 3% for my employees. If you'll notice that I have, there is a position, a full-time position that I've stated at 48,000. 30,000 of that is coming from my part-time personnel. I'm moving that money. I'd like to move that money there, along with the remainder of 17. That remaining 17 came from a 30-year employee that I had, who, as most of y'all may know, passed away last year. Although I have filled that vacancy, the need for another employee, what she did, basically, I have separated parts of her job out to other employees in the office, and it's just still not enough, basically what she did, and her knowledge as well. It's just, you know, we don't have that knowledge anymore from her there in the working part of the office. So what I'm needing is just that extra full-time position, so I'm trying to move that money around. So basically what I'm asking for is that insurance coverage as well. Do you have any other questions on the deputy salaries or anything like that? Okay. Going down into our main budget, just advertising. Last year I spent out of my pocket about $1,500 doing advertising for fraud alert systems. So I'm a big advocate for our fraud alert system, and the My Land Alert system. I put it on social media and as well as newspapers and magazines. So that's what I'm wanting to implement in the next 4 years, is trying to get this going. So this next year, I'm wanting to kind of get this more out there, more publicly aware. So that's why I've got that fund in there for advertising. Also, the increase in our travel. The reason why there is an increase in travel almost double is because I have my chief deputy now who is doing training for her Certified Public Administration certificate. So I've got her in there as well, and she'll be needing to be reimbursed for that as well, and then there will be costs from things like that.
What the idea is.
And I think that is really the only increase. Of course, there's always an increase with our data processing, but that comes out of our funds that we've got. Is there any other questions?
I don't.
No, ma'am.
Okay,
Thank
well,
you,
that was
ma'am.
easy. Thank
All
you,
right.
appreciate it.
So we are slightly behind. We're right at 10 o'clock. We're moving next into volunteer fire departments, and this can be a bigger one. So unless anybody objects, I might suggest a 10-minute recess.
No objection.
All right,
You're right,
we
it's
will
gonna
do
be a
10 minutes.
biggie.
We done finance already?
We did finance. Fire departments, volunteer fire departments. I guess we can go in the order listed here. We're going with number 1 first.
Morning.
Morning.
My name's Chris Edgerton, Chief Number 1 Fire Department. Not sure if this was communicated, I'm going to represent everybody.
Okay.
If I have to go to the peanut gallery for questions,
That's fine.
I'll do that if you stump me. I ran into Mayor Isbell not too long ago, and I asked him, how can I best prepare this conversation for you guys? And he said, short and sweet, so that's the goal here. So, yes, we're all together. First, I want to acknowledge what the county did for us last year, in contributing a level of $100,000 per station. It's made an immediate difference in the well-being of a lot of the fire departments, and it's allowed Oak Grove to finance the purchase of their first ever new apparatus in the department's existence. So, you know, it made the difference between doors opening and closing for some of the agencies, and allowed the rest of us to continue to make investments in life-saving gear. So our ask is that we continue, as you see on our paperwork, at that level for the time being. There's a lot of catching up to do. We're all behind equipment-wise. Apparatus is the biggest need in this county. So getting the rates up to date, and then the equipment our firefighters wear and use every day out in the course of the job. Another thing that helps is it's really hard to go secure loans if you don't know year over year that you're going to have some similar level of funding. COVID's got more expensive, and that's not meaning the fire service, fire engine should double the cost in the last 5 to 6 years. My newest apparatus is 2017 model, $450,000 when we bought it. Same truck again today, $850,000. And it just keeps ticking up. So there's an immediate need, and we'd really like to stay at that level. The other thing you probably know about is the ad hoc committee that's currently going on that I sit on, and we're talking about a county fire coordinator position. I believe at the next emergency services committee, they'll go over the job description for that before it's actually voted on and things like that. I've heard before there's a need and a request for oversight to the volunteer fire departments within this county, and that position would give you a lot more oversight. You have a paid county employee that would handle all of that stuff. So, all right.
And so just to be, this was already voted on, like this is the same levels as a couple, 2 commissions ago where there was a motion to raise the.
Not long-term though, that was all one-time appropriation.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that these levels are in line with what that vote
Last year.
was.
Yeah, well, we did 2, we did basically.
Sorry, I'm not trying to interrupt you, I'm just trying to
We did basically $2 $500,000
Yeah.
appropriations. First was $50,000.
Yeah,
And very recently, we
I
did
think you're just trying to get ahead of, like, not come back.
Yeah, so, but my point here is that,
Yes, it's combined to make that the baseline.
yeah, so that that's, okay.
But he's talking about a coordinator.
No, that's a separate ad.
Separate.
I'm literally just looking at this right now, the difference between the 24,000 and the 100,000.
Right.
Because I'm looking at the total in that, just over 1 million. I feel like that's
what we gave him last.
that's what we're actually at now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
But don't forget, 2 of them are not included in the budget because they were late requests, so you have to add 200 more thousand.
Okay.
Yep. So let me speak to that because I'm one of them, and then there's one other. I apologize. I know you guys put out a deadline. I got the paperwork in late. Life got in the way. I'm a little bit overcommitted with baseball, church, volunteer fire committees, job, all those important things. So I do ask that you guys consider adding those things back in. I promise that we won't be late in the future. That's part of what a coordinator position can help ensure is all the paperwork is timely, turned in, and accurate. Last thing I want to mention real quick, last 2 things. You've probably seen Tennessee House Resolution 790 was recently signed by the governor, where they deemed the fire service an essential service in the state of Tennessee. So previously we were left out, it was just EMS and sheriff's office. That has now been signed by the government. It's not a law, but they're strongly suggesting that each county recognize fire as an essential service. So in the past, they did that with EMS years ago. It was a similar thing, saying, hey, you need to consider this, and then it became law. Counties have to provide some sort of EMS service, whether it's contracted out or anything else. The good news is you already have a fire service in the county covering all your citizens. Our goal is to just get to a level of funding where we can catch up to the surrounding counties, get in within NFPA standards, and at that point we continue to grow. So the last thing is just the number of calls. In case anybody's wondering, we saw an 8% call volume increase year over year from 2024 to 2025, bringing us to roughly 6,800 calls. Almost 200 of those are mutual aid responses into the cities of Hendersonville, Gallatin, White House, and Portland. So I know there's a lot of concerns about the citizens of those cities and what are they getting for their money. We're the next line of defense. When a tornado comes through, we're operating within those cities, and so on and so on. Yes, you had a question?
Are those total calls or just fire-specific calls?
Those are total calls for service. So car wreck, water rescue, lane crash in Cottontown zone, anything that comes out, that's what we're dispatched to.
Okay.
And you're picking those up from the ECC, right?
Yes. So we asked them, they reported back to us. We track it on our own as well. We got in the habit of tracking, according to the Emergency Services Committee. and we just haven't been out of that habit, so it's good to know where you're standing year over year.
How many of those are actual house fires?
That's what he was just.
Oh,
I'm sorry, you were, no, you were answering another.
You know, without digging into the numbers, and giving you a specific answer, I'd say somewhere in the neighborhood of 10%, just because that's pretty consistent with the fire service across the U.S. Most of what we're doing is emergency medical, assisting EMS, vehicle wrecks, rescue, non-specific things, and then you get house fires, brush fires, vehicle fires, things like that.
So you stipulate that your, largest capital need, though, would be the engines.
Well, the engine is a vehicle that hits the street, so even if it's not responding to a fire call, it's responding to anything we get. You know, I put the equipment on the street just because anybody who's been in the fire service long enough will tell you, you don't want to say, oh, we don't need the engine for that, and then you get there and it turns into something that you do need the apparatus. But it calls all of our education equipment, medical equipment, and anything else that we might need, so.
What is the position of the volunteer fire departments on fire districts?
Well, could you explain a little further as far as, you mean like for tax purposes?
Yes.
You know, if that's the direction the county wanted to go, I don't think we would be opposed to that. I know most citizens.
Opposed to it?
We would not be opposed to that. I think most citizens would tell you we don't want a tax increase, but we understand that, you know, typically to get a revenue increase, there's got to be something on the back end. So if the county were to take our current zones, or maybe even change them up a little bit, depending on what a future coordinator suggests, you know, and look at the tax base, that would make the difference. You know, my zone's a little bit unique because we're the smallest, and we run the fewest number of calls every year, but we have the highest property values in the county, including a $25 million commercial building that somebody's using as a residence in our zone. It's sitting on 100 acres. So, you know, every zone's a little bit different. And, you know, if you look at Gallatin versus Hendersonville, different tax bases, different results of the funding. So I'm not opposed to that, but I realize that nobody wants to talk about tax increases. Yes, ma'am.
I was at your last meeting a couple weeks ago, and I didn't catch all of it, and y'all were discussing the qualifications for the coordinator. I'm understanding that is the goal, is to have a full-time paid coordinator? Yes.
That's one of the recommendations the ad hoc committee has come up with. That's the first thing we started with. As Commissioner Wynn will tell you, we kind of started with where are we lacking, what are the needs, and going from there. And that's one of the things that the committee decided, yeah, that would be a good thing to have to help give you some level of oversight. Instead of just saying, here's money, we're not sure what you're doing with it, give you that oversight piece. And then also coordinating as far as trainings go, making sure all of the laws are met, all the requirements are met, and then helping to strategize.
Who does that, would that coordinator report to?
Kelly, I guess, I'm not really sure.
I mean, that's kind of the, and I'm not picking on you here, I had the same questions about project management, right? Like a person who, you know the deal, a person who reports to everybody is a person who reports to nobody, so like, we gotta, I've got, sorry, I interrupted you.
I was going to talk about the money. Y'all were discussing the pay for that position, and I believe I saw the high number to be 80,000. Was that? Am I making that up?
We discussed it.
It really came up, except in private conversations, of what it may cost to have somebody along those lines who can do this job properly.
And do y'all have a goal for that position? Like a timeline goal? Like, we would hope to have this by when?
Hopefully within the next budget cycle. So
Within the 28 budget or the 27?
So not this one,
not this one.
the 20.
Oh, okay, because I don't see it reflected here, which is why I was asking. Okay.
That was asked about the emergency services committee the other night.
Okay.
It's not enough time to do that.
Okay.
Oh, okay. I just didn't know how far out we were. No, I'm sorry.
No, I was.
Covered the money, Mr.
I was gonna ask the exact same thing.
Yeah.
Mr. Hyde, did you have any other questions?
Not other than the fact of what I mentioned yesterday, and that is, and I think the attorneys sort of agreed with me, that there is an invisible line there. If there is not a
we can talk about this during the workshop, and I don't want to belabor points here. I agree with you completely, and it sounds like this is something we'll have to deal with next year, but my opinion on this is that, and I'll just come out with it, we either need to be in or we need to be out. And if we're out, then we maintain it's a volunteer setting, and we can argue over volunteer donations, and we need to have this clear line of delineation. If we're in, then I know that we don't have the funding source for it, and I have been a proponent of putting a referendum to the people to say, hey, do you want to accept this? Because that tells me, that referendum would tell me what the people out in the county want to do. Do they want to keep that clear line of separation, and we're not gonna increase the funding, and we're not gonna have a county-wide professional fire service, and that's okay. We can, we do, and that's okay too, but it's gonna cost this additional amount, and that's what I understood the purpose of that committee was to figure out what the funding for what those two options look like. And this seems to be kind of riding the middle ground that I'm not sure, up to Mr. Hyde's point, I'm not sure there's a middle ground to ride here, but it sounds like we don't have to make that call for another year.
Well, I want to address that concern real quick. So the CTAS representative,
Yeah, CTAS, County Technical.
so they're part of the state, University of Tennessee. They work across the state. They did a study in Sumner County several years ago, and their representative was recently here. And that recommendation came from their recommendation, with the understanding it wouldn't blur those lines and cause the county more legal trouble.
So CTAS said that?
Yes. So
Who said?
Mark Alley from CTAS, and if you go back and look at the ad hoc committee where CTAS came, and I believe Mr. Klein was there, they gave a timeline and a kind of a schedule of different ways you could do the fire service. One, to keep us completely out of the fire department service, you can have a coordinator as opposed to a county fire marshal. Or fire marshal. The difference between a marshal, a coordinator, and a chief is a marshal is somebody who can do the coordinator position, but also do codes on top of it, which was our understanding was that the county does not do fire building codes right now. They're not necessarily interested in getting into that, but if they do in the future, this is a person that can start doing that if you do decide to in the future. But the main purpose of that person would be to oversee the fire service without getting into the incident command. Like, that person would not be able to show up on a fire scene and start telling firefighters how to run their operations. The specific purpose of that person would just be to, he would respond to, or he would be employed directly to the county mayor, the same way that John Michael Potts and Ken Weiner are right now. But they would just be more of a person that would help write grants for the fire department, which would save the county money. It would be somebody to kind of watch over where the budgets are every year, because right now when we turn in the budget, it goes to the finance director, and then y'all look at it at budget time, but let's be honest, y'all kind of glance over it. I don't know how many commissioners actually go through and see, where are those dollars and dimes going, and is that the best use of our resources? And then on the capital side, that would be the person that kind of helps y'all decide, hey, this fire station is 60 years old, this fire truck is 40 years old, where do we need to put the capital is the best use of our funds. So it's not somebody who would be operationally involved, but they would help y'all out on the dollars and cents.
I actually get, so I understand that, so the line of delineation is on operational control. What I would tell you is that I don't think anybody, at least I don't, like, very few people deny that you all are, that your needs are greater than what we're able to fund. And I'm the guy, I voted against it, right? Like, nobody denies that. It's the question, the issue that folks like, I think, Mr. I don't want to speak for you, but I think we tend to fall on the same line on this. I think those of us who are concerned about it really have two questions. One, are we in or are we out? And two, if where are those funds coming from? Because if we're in, we need new funding source somewhere. If we're not in, then our existing, then it's a volunteer thing, and there are different areas. We are not required at that point, I would argue, to fully fund, right? If we're not in, we're not required to fully fund because it's a volunteer service. And I know that sounds harsh. I'm somebody who maybe argues that we should be fully in. But if we're not, then, some of your sources of income would come from citizens or fundraisers or all of these other things that volunteers come from. Nobody's denying, at least I'm not, I don't think anybody's denying that you guys don't have more needs than we're funding. Nobody's saying that. The question is, are we responsible for doing it? And if we're in, we are. If we're out, we're not.
I think that 790 that just passed and was signed by the governor, I think that was clear on some of that. Because I think at this point, say number one's fire department goes bankrupt, there's nobody there to cover that area. At that point, does the county not have a responsibility to step in and create fire departments there now?
Probably would.
Would the volunteer departments not save you astronomical amounts of money? So it's probably better to keep them around.
Well, it depends on the purpose, right? Like, it depends on where you're sitting. Like, and I know this again. I'm somebody who wants to solve the real problem here, not kick this down the curb. So I'm saying this in a respectful way. But this is a call that I have gotten from constituents because I represent an area fully in the city. And I have rental property in the county, right? Like, so I get both sides of this. But constituents in my district tell me, why should I fund this? And I hear that, mutual aid, and they're like, I don't care about that. I live in the city. I hardly leave the city. I go from, I'm elderly. I leave from Indian Lake to the streets of Indian Lake, and sometimes I go down to Nashville. And it does not concern me. And my job is to represent my constituents, now I also understand the greater good of the county. I'm not against that, but I have to carry the desires and the wishes. I'm here to represent them, and I hope you guys understand that. And all of us who are in the city kind of have a similar.
I'd like to explain too, and you already knew I was out visiting a couple of fire departments with John Michael, and I was greatly impressed with what I saw. I'm all for the volunteer fire department. I think they do an amazing job. But just like the chairman here, the only position that I'm coming from is, I think to make it fair, we should at least have a referendum in the county on, do you want to support your volunteer fire departments by a fire tax? Because I happen to represent a district in Hendersonville that is very middle class. Moms and dads both work, and just hardworking middle class people. It's a wonderful community. I wouldn't live anywhere else. They're already paying a big chunk of money for city fire tax. We have an excellent fire department in the city of Hendersonville. So is the county willing to pay more money to support their county fire service? Otherwise, the people in my community that I represent, which is fully 100% within the city of Hendersonville, are going to be double taxed for other people's fire service and for our fire service. So I'm not against you, I'm for you, and I want to find some solution. But it's got to be fair, in my opinion, for my people.
So, just go ahead, just let you
Just so
respond.
you know, the coordinator position, that's just a recommendation coming out of the ad hoc committee for the commission to decide. So, you know, if the commission deems this isn't necessary, let's look at this down the road. Totally understand it's part of a sequence of recommendations that are coming.
And I also want to mention, Mr. Klein, you guys have always been, like, I see the stuff on Facebook, I don't comment much, but you guys are always fair and reasonable, and y'all have never come at myself or Mr. Hyde or others because I think I want you to say that I appreciate your professionalism. I've been out to visit, like, I've seen you guys, right? I mean, like, I know that you recognize that we're not just trying to say no, we want to solve the long-term problem here and just not kick the can down the road. So I did want to just thank you guys for being professional as we, kind of battle on this stuff. So.
Yeah, and I just want to speak as a member of the ad hoc. We've got some really heavy thinkers. We've got reams of paper we're going through. We had the CTAS consultant company spent 2 hours with us or something. We're really not kicking the can down the road. We are really delving into the coordinator we saw as a person who would be worth spending money on it, and we're not there yet. I don't want to put the cart before the horse here, but it seemed like somebody who, with those talents, could help pull everything together to increase efficiencies between the volunteer fire departments, reduce redundancy, understand the paperwork, keep inventory of equipment, where it's at, life expectancy-wise, where it needs. And so, getting a handle on those costs, and one of our biggest problems is people volunteering for the fire departments. That's one of the biggest problems right now because it's volunteer, it's not paid, right? So we've got some serious problems, and I understand the cities pay for their fire departments. My district is fully county. I don't have any city property in my district. So I'm very interested in making this thing work because they are the best bang for the buck in the county when it comes to fire departments. And none of these guys, I can tell you, none of them want to see a tax increase. They don't really want to be a county fire. They would rather stay volunteer from everything I'm hearing. So we're working through it we're thinking through things really, really hard. Wes is doing a good job as chairman. And, he and I are kind of on the outside because we're not fire professionals like these guys are. We're learning a lot in the process. But there's a lot of good questions being asked. So I think, what the chief is asking for here is the same stopgap we gave them last year just to get through until we can really, really fix the problem.
Got it.
Any other questions for me?
Thank you, guys.
I'll end with this. In case there's any confusion, that number is nowhere near fully funded.
Yep, I get it.
I could spend millions of dollars tomorrow if I had it. We do the best with what we've got. As a resident of the city of Hendersonville, I pay those taxes. I pay for the schools, I pay for the county ambulance service, the sheriff's office, and everything else. I would like to see the money go everywhere in the county. I know Hendersonville Fire Department's a great fire department. I think very highly of them. But I've got friends and family that live outside the county. I'd like to make sure they have a similar level of protection. So if you look at this number, if you look at what we've asked for in the past, it's a difference of a couple dollars a year that you could invest.
I think you misunderstood what I said then. I want to see county residents protected. And there's no question about that whatsoever. That's why I think that perhaps fire districts where there is a taxation to support a quality fire department as we have now would be a good thing, as the people in Hendersonville are being taxed to support the fire department.
Any other questions? Thank y'all for your time. Thank you, sir. Okay. What we got here?
morning.
Good morning.
I think, everybody around the table knows, that Ashley's Place is, the only child advocacy center serving Sumner County, providing a variety of services to not only families and kids, being therapy, victim advocacy, but even to prevention education throughout the community, but even to our law enforcement, our district attorney's office, our Department of Children's Services. When you look at that forensic interview piece, we are unique in that we are a nonprofit, but by state statutes, we are part of the investigative team working with law enforcement, DCS, and the DA's office in regards to all of those services. But I think there's been a little shift in the statute just to kind of give you a visual of what this means for kids. And if anybody follows the DA's office Facebook page, you can see how busy we are in trials, and we are a part of every one of those that involve children. And what that looks like for kids having that forensic interview piece, especially here recently, because again, the statute changed. I can go up and say if I'm the one that did the interview as the director, that's my primary job, and I'm also a forensic interviewer. If I interviewed that child, we go to trial, I'm on the stand. We play that video while I sit on the stand, which is usually puts me on the stand for an hour and a half, give or take. That child does come on the stand. They testify to knowing the truth, the difference between the truth and a lie. They testify to having talked to Miss Amy, and yes, everything I said in that video is the truth. And that's the extent, for the most part, of that juvenile statement, and that all of that kind of, all the time on the stand and more of the pressure goes on us as the forensic interviewer. So that's a huge piece when we look at our prosecution. Our therapist, of course, has been involved, and there's things that kind of come into play that kids that are receiving therapy services after they've been interviewed that assist with prosecution as well. Victim advocacy, we are getting kids ready for court. We're getting them linked in with other resources in the county that they may need outside of ours, just depending. We've got families that come in. They're there because there's a child sex abuse allegation, but they also may need, a referral and some assistance getting to home things, or getting to something, food bank, or whatever that case. So our family advocate does a lot of that coordinating as well, even outside that investigation piece. We average about 550 severe child abuse cases for Sumner County a year. So we are only getting child sex abuse, of course, is always going to be severe, and that's probably 90% of what we're working with. Severe physical abuse, child death, will be severe, and then some drug exposed, depending on, just the circumstances and the age of the child. So it's a lot, and that's a small drop in the bucket compared to what our DCS sees. They see well over 1,500 referrals for our county annually that they're working with, so they're getting all the non-severe stuff as well. We are not asking for an increase. It's the same amount that we have gotten last year and several years prior. We're not in a position right now where we need an increase, and I'm not, I told my board I'm not going to ask for an increase we don't need right now. There may be a time down the road that we need that, and so I try to be very fiscally responsible about that ask.
What's your total reserves that you currently have at Ashley's Place?
I have to look at, so I pulled the current budget. We had, it gets a little, we're on the last year, there was some one-time state appropriation funding, that it was one-time funding, but they divvied it up over 3 years, so it didn't blow up our budget. That's about to finish. So I would say on average, because everything we do is on kind of a submitted invoice, we get that paid by DCS, our DCS contract. I'm trying to think off the top of my head. It's not the number I specifically pulled. Maybe 100,000.
Okay. So I was just trying to directionally get, is it, 100,000 that seems reasonable, right? Roughly a quarter of your year, or is it like 3 million? I mean, okay. I'm just checking, doing my diligence. Sorry. No, that's it. Go ahead.
I know you said you're not needing an increase right now. I just want to, I'm not saying you're lying. I'm saying a lot of people come humble and scared to ask. What I don't want to do, because I'm with you. I've seen the increase that our sheriff department is really, and he spoke to this yesterday, like really focusing on those types of things. Do you see a need in an increase do you need more money? Or I wanna confirm that.
From y'all?
Yes.
Honestly, no.
Okay.
And we,
Because I know you support a lot of what we do, and I don't want to leave that.
and I appreciate that, because that is very true. Sometimes you do kind of weigh, you know, I don't know, if it's going to ask for an increase, if it's not. We've been fortunate, we've had, with that one-time appropriations money, that has helped tremendously to get some things done. We have had some contract increases from the Department of Children's Services. That is a forensic interviewer contract and just a general operating. Those contracts have not been adjusted since 1994. I mean, they were really, really low. We fought very hard with the state legislature to get those increases. So that has helped, and so we're kind of just, you know, kind of filtering through that with our first fiscal year having those. And we're able to do some salary adjustments and kind of get up to par around some of our surrounding counties and those child advocacy centers. That's kind of the long answer, but if I needed it, I would definitely ask.
Okay.
But I appreciate that.
Any other questions?
Thank you for all the work.
Oh, go ahead, Mr. Klein.
So your income was 444 almost, and your expense has been 381. Was that in anticipation of losing the state appropriations? Because they're almost the same.
Well, when you look at, I think this budget comes out, so this was kind of wonky, and that is an official term. Because some of the state appropriation money is covering some of this therapy budget up here, which is direct service, and so it was kind of, I had the therapy line item on there, but still needed to account for that, if that makes sense.
Yeah,
When I did our potential 26-27, we do have, our income is a little more projected than what we would have going out to kind of give us a little bit of a nest egg.
Okay.
I think that is reflecting for kind of that being double put in there.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, go ahead.
Not budget related at all. Who happens to be on the board, man? I'm just for my own.
Jay Ingram, Michael Hartman of HCA, we've got a couple business owners, Sharon Savy with Wilson County Bank and Trust. I'm trying to think who else kind of we know position-wise. Eddie Cripps with the Sheriff's Department. And a couple others just like community.
I figured Jay.
Would you have?
I knew he'd been involved with it. So.
He had been involved before, had rolled off, and then had come back and was wanting to get back involved with that. We just recently.
Just my own personal information. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, Hope Family Health.
Writing a report, not to be cheap, but just I know y'all are already drowning in a lot of paperwork. So if you are interested, that is our 2025 annual report. I am Lauren Smith. I am the new CEO at Hope Family Health out in Westmoreland. For those of you that have never been on Hope's campus, we are your community health center here in Sumner County, and part of that is we serve the entire community, from the uninsured to the insured, and no one has ever turned away due to an inability to pay. No one has ever goes without their medicine, and most importantly, what we do at Hope is integrated care. And for those of you that is a new term, integrated care looks like in primary care where I have primary care doctors, pharmacy, and behavioral health all operating under one roof, and the doctors work together so that your care is the best that it can be, and it is truly improving, and you are getting healthier when you come to Hope. I come to you as a new community partner. We're asking for $20,000 to help with the uninsured patients and your lab work so that we can treat them effectively.
Any questions?
If you have not been out there, please go out there. I haven't been out there. I went out there with Leadership Summit a couple of years ago, but if you have never been out there, highly recommend.
And you all have a standing invitation. There's nothing that gives me greater joy than to give tours of the community health center. It's really magical when you're on the campus. We have the main campus in Westmoreland. We have one here in Gallatin, and new to our addition is the mobile clinic that goes out into more rural pockets.
What kind of overlap do you have with the health department?
So that's a great question. I'm going to give you too big of an answer.
No, it's fine.
For educational
While you're here.
So the safety net is a term. Every state has it. It's not unique to Tennessee. So if you ever move from Tennessee and you're looking for healthcare, whether it's for, a group of falls under the federal poverty level, or they're just uninsured, or just a unique population, you just Google safety net. And it will tell you who is in the safety net from state to state. It looks different from state to state.
Sure.
For Tennessee, your safety net is your traditional health department, your SQHC, that's HOPE, and then you also have what we call kind of charitable care clinics. So these are, you find them at churches. They're not as robust as the community health centers, but all three of us kind of do something different. If you go out to the health department gets a lot put on their plate. Primary care is not it. You know, they're also, I learned through Leadership Gallatin, they're in charge of swimming pools, and I didn't even know that.
I didn't either.
Like, that's wild. So they're doing all of these other things. They're great for vaccines. So we don't get a lot of childhood vaccine visits. Vaccines are very expensive to house, especially if you're not giving them.
Sure.
So we partner with the health department to make sure that children get vaccines as quickly as they can. So that's a great working relationship that we have at the health center. They also love to send us all the people who are in need of primary care and chronic disease management. So your health departments are great for COVID, vaccines, things when you think of true public health concerns, TB, but they do not want to manage your diabetes. That's what I do.
Sure. Thank you.
Yeah, please.
Actually, you got a card, because I need to contact you about something.
I will make sure they're on the back of that. You call any of those numbers and you can have it. And I know John, I know Mr. Bell has it.
I'll just steal David's.
What's wrong?
Do you have a question?
It's unrelated to the budget, it's
Okay.
other ways to give back, I guess.
Where does the bulk of your funding come from?
So,
It's huge, your budget's huge.
for healthcare, it's not that, right?
Yeah.
So.
No, but I mean like for people that come and ask, it is.
Absolutely.
No, I mean, you're fine, I was just 14 million, so where does the bulk come from?
So there are a lot of revenue streams to help even it out. I will tell you, this is probably something new information to you. Health centers are allowed to carry it's called a 340B pharmacy.
Mm-hmm.
So the 340B pharmacy is where the health centers are allowed to purchase our pharmaceuticals from the pharmaceutical companies at a much, much lower cost.
Mm-hmm.
That revenue we make off our patients who have health insurance covers the ones who don't.
So you do
But you're a
still
true
fund
provider.
insurance?
You're absolutely.
Okay,
You're
well,
a
I didn't
true
know
provider.
that, that's why I was asking.
But these are great questions.
Yeah,
But you
my
also do
husband-
more than just healthcare, like it's several different pockets, right?
So it's all encompassed. So any of the social determinants of health as well. So we
Yeah.
have primary care, chronic disease management, wellness visits. You can get your pharmaceuticals from HOPE as well. We also do behavioral health. So I have
Right.
like spike and beef, therapy, all of that.
So, let me
I
ask
think
this.
that's great, my husband ran, he
Come on
was
out.
in rehab director, I mean, that's why I was asking about the numbers, so that's your point.
So so now I'm just kind of interesting. So if you do have insurance, or if you wanted to cash pay on something and you came to HOPE, would that actually, if you chose that as a provider, would that help? Like,
Yes. So when I say we're a community health center, like, bottom line, we serve the whole community, and we need the whole community coming to HOPE so that the whole pile works.
I would be, this is way beyond, this is awesome. Like, I
I'm
worked
just
in
glad
healthcare
that's
for
so much more.
So HOPE is very unique too. Like, I don't know of you that are keeping up with the Rural Health Transformation Fund, you know, the
Yep.
$50 billion making America healthy again. HOPE was referenced as a case study along with another community partner on this is how it's supposed to work when it works well.
What is your caseload for, folks in recovery?
So because we have behavioral health,
Why aren't we running some fun, like, I'm thinking of
we've
ways
never
to
come
help
and
you.
asked. So I'm in,
The opioid abatement funds.
so we take the opioid abatement funds as well. So in the annual report, you'll see where we participate with, primary prevention and harm reduction. We have the Narcan machines out in the community.
Okay.
We're also doing ACEs along with things like that, and we're hoping to start partnering with.
So you're getting opioid abatement funds directly from the federal pipeline?
Getting any of our money,
No.
you know.
This is our first ask to you in 20 years.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
Well, look, I got,
Reach out, because we've got grants
Here, I'm gonna probably give you guys a call, or just mention it, and I'm sure I would probably encourage anybody to do that. Thank you for.
And I touch you just wanting to serve the community, like, in any capacity, like, our favorite answer is how can we help? Like, we're here to serve in any facet of your, district, businesses, your own family.
The main office is the
Westmoreland campus, that's the big campus.
So, yeah, because I guess when I first saw this, I thought you were like and I don't mean that there's wonderful care coordination out there, like I'm not taking anything away from it, I thought maybe this was another.
Oh, no, I treat Bobby.
I thought this was another care coordination / training effort. This is a true provider, like end-to-end care. Okay, got it. Any other questions? Thank you, ma'am.
You go through Leadership Sumner and you learn all kinds of things.
They never invited me. They're like, we don't want that guy. I'm not the kind of guy I'm too grungy.
I'm texting and getting an ass right now for you.
All right, so, I think we don't need a break. Do we need a break, or we want to go right into EMS? We're a little bit behind.
Go right in.
All right, EMS, Mr. Moss. We're all right. Yeah, that's fine, but that's what we'll do. The others are gonna be quick.
No, that's what I'm looking for. I got real nervous. All right, ready?
Yes, sir. Fire away.
Good deal.
829, guys.
All right, so I've got an outline with just our request. I think it's kind of all your spreadsheet. We'll start out with additional personnel needed. Adding additional AEMTs and paramedics to address our critical operational needs. What we're looking to do is start a multi-year plan for our field crews to transition from a 56-hour work week to a 42-hour work week. This will improve recruitment and retention and provide safer conditions for our patients and our crews. Additional ALS ambulance in the field to reduce response times and due to our increased call volume. Also added a half year of staffing for the anticipation of the West Side Station being completed. As far as new salaries, a 2% COLA provided by the commission. Step raises for the crews. There's a small increase for a CQI manager position to bring it equal to a paramedic's annual income, just for parity. And we are also removing one administration position. Through the operation lines, very small request there. Additional funds to cover revenue processing costs, which is 4% of our revenue. Slight increase in patient oxygen use, tire increase costs. Uniform price increase due to additional personnel, just overall cost of those uniforms. In capital, move on to a replacement of 3 ALS ambulance and 1 BLS ambulance. That's a typical ask each year. Remind you that the ALS ambulances are 3 years out on purchasing those. As usual, replace power load power systems. Keep those on about a 5-year rotation to keep them up. And then the final ask is replacement of the Oak Grove EMS station to include a substation for our Sumner County Sheriff's Office. This will be replacing that dilapidated 35-year-old tin building. So that is our ask.
Any questions? Yeah, sorry. We're there to give folks a second.
Oak Grove is the one we've been talking about for 3 years, isn't it, by the old C&D? Construction and Development Materials Dump, when is over there?
Yes, Resource Authority.
Yeah.
Like Sandy Road. It is.
I'll take your word on the street name.
Yeah.
I
So
just
we talked about
catalog it in my head correctly.
Yeah, the ARPA funds, and then it was pulled and
So that's where the new fire station is.
correct. There's a fire station.
You share it with them, right?
So we do share part of the old building. They do have some apparatus still in the old building.
build a new building and move out of that?
Yes, sir.
And on the same property, or?
Yes.
Okay. So is that building to be demolished?
I'd have to go to the county and
Okay.
it could be repurposed for other things, but it doesn't need to be any of that.
That's a single crew, right?
Correct.
That single ambulance. Okay.
It's important, it's important to note, y'all may not have heard in the new model, as we're going out in the county and building these stations, same thing with White House and now with Oak Grove. We're also partnering with the Sheriff's Department to have a substation for them to do work out in the county, so that will make it more efficient for the Sheriff's Department as well.
When did that happen?
Right now.
Right now, okay.
I talked about this when we were talking about the White House station as well, that that's gonna be the new model going forward, when we're out in the county.
So,
Of course, the cities would partner with the cities and use their facilities.
so every location is planned to have a sheriff, EMS, and fire, volunteer fire.
Not,
Well, no, not volunteer fire,
Okay,
no,
so
sheriff and EMS.
sheriff and EMS. In this particular case, it would be the same location, maybe.
Well, I mean, I would note, I mean, to the previous point here, right, like, if the county did end up at some point having a rural, professional rural fire department, I mean, I think that probably would make sense to do. I mean, I realize you guys are in month 6 of what will be probably a 24-month thing. I get it, but like, anyhow, I'm getting us off track. I had a question. Any other notes from you, Mr.? I did have one question, and I guess I had maybe a question for Beth. It's the same thing, not putting you on the spot. Same thing I did for Mr. Craddock, Sheriff Craddock, and that is, if we were to pull out, and if you know this, that's fine. Otherwise, we can back into it. If you were to pull out all of your new hires, what is your average increase on a percent-wise basis over COLA, right? So like the additional increases, if you put in steps, et cetera, like the total percent. Do you have that off the top of your head? That's okay. We'll back into it. The reason I'm asking is that I'm just trying to like make things relatively equitable. My hunch is it's probably, you guys both have big organizations, it's probably going to be pretty close. I'm just trying to it doesn't have to be exact, but I'm trying to get it directionally the same. That's why I'm just being fair. Go ahead.
So, you have 8 positions listed, 8 EMT, 2 paramedics. So is that moving a current 8 EMT positions to paramedics?
So it's a net ask of 8 ALS AEMTs and 8 ALS paramedics. It's just, the spreadsheet is confusing in how it came out. But some of those positions right now, we have 8 EMT and paramedic positions, and those people in school, so they will automatically go to a paramedic position with the next budget.
Can I piggyback off your question, Beth, and ask you a question?
Yeah.
Like, so on those, because it's like that with like paramedic, do not use move to ALS, move to using paramedic spot to ALS, that kind of thing. There's still a COLA raise factored into some of those that are not being.
It is because that's what they were budgeted for, those paramedic positions.
Okay.
And those, they needed AEMT. They could fill paramedic positions, we needed positions.
We could fill with AEMTs.
Correct. So they were using the paramedic positions for the EMT positions.
I guess my question is, are we double counting COLA in our numbers?
Well,
Because
that
it's
COLA is just
spots.
on the portion of the, because paramedics are paid more than ALS, so if they happen, if they.
I see what you're saying,
EMT
it's just
becomes
gonna
a paramedic, they're being paid more.
Okay, I just want to make sure that we weren't double counting. Thank you.
No, it's just on the additional portion that was available in the budget.
And you said, John Michael, you said it was a net ask of how many positions?
8 ALS AEMTs and 8 paramedics.
Okay.
And then the half year for the West Side Station.
1646. 22.
So that'll take us to how many ALS crews?
So if fully funded, we would go to, at the end of this, 16 ALS ambulances on the
16, and how many BLS?
we were under 6.
So right now we have 13 ALS. Is that right? Yeah. Okay. So we're adding 3.
So, back to my question. So these EMTs that are moving to paramedics, you would still keep the EMT spot?
Correct. That's why there should be 16 new spots total.
What's the thought process on keeping those instead of reducing those and adding, just for recruitment of new people?
Well, recruitment, but a paramedic can fill both roles on the ambulance. We can't have 2 AEMTs on the ambulance, so we have to keep more paramedics.
Gotcha.
Okay. Yeah, AEMT, 2 AEMTs don't respond to 911 calls. They just can't provide that level of service to the paramedic.
Sorry, I know nothing about that world. I wouldn't respond to a paper cut, so I don't know.
Appreciate your honesty. Keep that in mind.
Nope. Any other questions for Mr. Foss? Chief Foss. Okay. Sorry, I was on my calculator here trying to back in. I'll do it in a minute. Star Center. Do we have that? Okay. Tennessee Rehab.
Star Center didn't come? I said they were.
Practicing my deer in the headlights looks. For those of you who aren't familiar, the Community Services Unit of Tennessee Rehabilitation, we work with individuals with disabilities, help them get and keep a job. We provide services working on things like the soft skills, interview skills, communication skills. If we have a customer who is going to have to get a driver's license in order to get their job, we can work with them to help prepare them for the written test, not the driving test, because I don't have the nerves for that. I do have a few numbers just to help you understand. So for example, so far this fiscal year, we have served 41 customers. I think it's actually 43 now, and provided 260 services amongst those customers. And at last check, which I think this also might have gone up 1 or 2, we do have 16 customers who have achieved what we call CIE, Competitive Integrated Employment. So they have gotten a job, not one that's, in order for us to consider them a success, they have to work somewhere where they will be working with all kinds of individuals, not just individuals with a disability, for example. They have to be paid a competitive wage, and they have to be in their job at least 90 days. And so we've had 16, I think we're at 17 now, individuals that have gotten those jobs this fiscal year. And like I said, we've been serving 41 people. A lot of these individuals we serve, it's kind of a long-term thing. Like if we're helping them to get a driver's license, it still might be a while before they get a job, or if we're helping them with post-secondary education, that means it might be 4 years before they achieve their employment. But I know that the voc rehab program as a whole in this area has been hitting the numbers, have been achieving the goals that the state set out for us for the year. So we're really happy about that. Any questions about either the ask or anything else I can pretend like I know and make up an answer for?
Judge, where would his ask be in the budget?
I'm sorry?
You still see up here on the screen under appropriations and pay, exactly for 74.
I know, I just meant.
Okay.
What'd you say?
He's asking for 74,750.
No, I saw that, I just didn't know where it was at.
Well, I will say this,
62?
the hope, the state is asking us to request the 74,715, but I will say 51.5, that's what I'm gonna say, we're fine with that. Would we love to have that? Of course we would. But we'll work it out with what we have gotten, in the past year. I actually thought that I had it on here to where we were just asking for the 51.5.
How many families do you serve? And perhaps I missed that, I'm sorry. How many individuals have you
Well,
served?
right now, this fiscal year so far, 41, actually I think we're up to 43. I printed this out earlier.
So when they get a job, how long do they typically keep their job?
I don't have any statistics for, the long term. I know that they aren't considered a successful closure until they've been there at least 90 days.
Oh, okay.
But I can tell you from some national statistics, when it comes to individuals with disabilities, once they do get a job statistically, they stay in it much longer than those who do not.
Okay, all right, thank you. I just wanted to make sure that we had some.
How many, you may have said this, and I missed it because I was looking at some paper. How many families or individuals did you serve last year?
I don't have last year's number, actually. I've just got what we've done so far this fiscal year.
Gotcha.
And that was 51.
43, I think.
43, sorry, I'm getting that confused.
No,
51.5.
How many numbers have you heard today?
Yeah.
Any other questions?
I have a sort of a side question. I think it was last year we asked you this. You didn't voluntarily leave the facility that we have, did you? You were asked to leave?
If I recall correctly, because this was all done at some levels above me, I think that we were told that they were not going to renew the lease. Although.
And by they, you mean the county?
The county, because it was a county building. I believe we were told that the county was not going to renew the lease, although I'm not for sure on this, but the state might have considered leaving the building anyways because we no longer have the workshop, so we no longer needed that kind of space.
So you were just offices at that point?
At that point, yes.
So they would come in and visit with you and you would,
Yeah, our model now is, we try to meet our customers in the community. We will, meet them, for example, at the public library. That's a very common place, or we can meet them virtually, online. We do have, some office space in the American Job Center here. And on occasions, we may have some customers meet us there, but most of the time, we meet them out.
well, that makes sense because with that segment, I would think the desire would be to have everyone in the general population, not clustered in.
Yes, ma'am. Plus, transportation
not
can also be
separated,
an issue for a lot of
Yeah.
our customers.
Yeah, they rely on public transportation, a lot of them do.
So where are you at?
Which there's very little here.
Yes, right.
Where are you at now?
Well, our offices are officially in the American Job Center.
Oh, yeah.
We've got some computer space there. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I thought I've seen your thing there.
It's right next to Ford Sumner, right?
We're upstairs.
You're upstairs.
Ford Sumner's downstairs.
It's a great building.
It is a good building. Any other questions? All right. Thank you, sir. Tennessee Small Business.
I'm a visual learner in case.
I love these graphs, this
the road at Ball State Community College. Been there for just a little over 19 years as of a week or two ago, and what we do is very simple yet very effective. Offer no fee consulting for small business owners, the people that want to start a business, and also offer low cost, in most cases, free workshops for small business owners or people that want to start a business. What I'm giving you, easy stakeholders for. One side is the economic impact from last year, and I also give you a few smiling faces to show you that we are actually doing real work. And I say we a lot, we is me. So the number of clients last year, 155, and had almost 700 come to workshops, which is fine, but the real thing is the business starts at a dozen, on $1.6 million capital formation, helped create 37 jobs. And this is triple verified. Triple verified, meaning that if I work with Jessica and she starts a business or hires somebody or invests capital, I get her to reply to me in emails. And our lead center sends out a survey, gets it verified, and then it gets sent off to a third-party source, and they throw a few out for the fun of it. Why they do that, I don't know, but I guess it keeps us honest. And it also relies on people to reply to those things, which they don't always do. So these numbers are accurate or at least underreported. Even though all the counseling we do is confidential, usually I got a few folks who let me brag on them, talk about the work we've done together. I am not taking credit for their hard work, but it's people that we work with. Got a Hendersonville business here that is a co-working space, got a coffee shop right up the road, got a counseling center that is growing and hiring a lot of people. By the way, I've seen more therapists this year than I've seen in the past. I think they're starting to figure out that this thing is a business and not something you do on a one-on-one basis forever.
I thought you meant personally first.
I call this person the past. And I'm not a bug. I have more therapists come to see me. I got a 17, 14, and 13-year-old. I'll see a different counselor. That being said, we get money from the federal government. Their charge is that we're going to get some of our own money, not federal money. And I think you guys have a donation list. I do this presentation multiple times every spring, everywhere where we have a foothold. I think we're making the same ads this year. Virtually every bit of that is, not every bit of that's operational. When I say every bit of that's operational, it's payroll and benefits. And I'm a government employee. I promise you, I'm not overpaid. So about 5% go to gas, paper, and some other, costs to keep the thing running. It's a lean and mean program. So that being said, what kind of questions do we have?
A good friend of yours might benefit.
I ain't seen it out of it, but yeah.
He lives in my district. You didn't find something.
Oh, good. So good.
Now, he's funny.
He's a good guy.
He is.
Any questions? I love you. I like these. They're good every year. Thank you, sir. Thanks for what you do. All right. Sumner County Museum.
Good morning.
Morning.
Hi, my name is Ryan Baker. I'm the Executive Director at the Sumner County Museum here in Gallatin. First and foremost, I just want to thank this committee for the work that they do and for the opportunity and support of our museum. I appreciate your support of our local history. I believe that last year, when I came to this group, I was talking about a project that the museum is working on in partnership with Ball State Community College and some other local organizations, including Sumner County Tourism and actually a local bluegrass band. We were recording and Andy Scruggs, were descendants of some of the band members. And what we did is that we recorded 14 songs that they played on the Opry every Saturday. They performed on the Opry from 1925 until sometime in the late 40s. They opened it every Saturday night. They were known across the United States. And to celebrate the museum's 50th anniversary last year and the Grand Ole Opry's 100th anniversary, we thought that this was a really cool project. And one thing that made it even more unique is if you are familiar with the record label Records. It's a label that originated here in Gallatin in the 1950s. It was a very successful label. It actually sold for $5 million in 1957.
Wow, that's a lot of money now.
Not the money then, a lot of money now. And so we were able to put that on that historic label. The gentleman that owns the comic book store on the square has rights to sign artists to that record label. And so we were able to produce that. And if there's anyone who would like to have a copy, I'd be glad to.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Did Steve Beiser, are we allowed to?
Yes, he did. Yes, Steve was the college. It was actually a student. It was actually a student-led project. So Steve Beiser was Ball State.
Does anybody know Steve Beiser?
I'm good, I'm good.
Oh, I would like one. My grandmother has it. John Sturgeon plays fiddle on this day. This will be.
She would love that.
She'd love it.
But we have a record
shopping
player.
down over there.
I know, you're probably not wrong.
You know what he says to me all the time, you're probably not wrong.
Yes.
Because you won't admit anybody else.
So $5 million, I wanted to. Here we go. So $5 million in 1957 would be worth, anybody want to take a guess?
$5 million then?
$1,052.
$1,052.73, about the same time that our commission pay was raised.
No, anybody want to take a guess?
I would say $100 million.
$58.15 million. $58.15 million in 2026.
So that was a big project that we worked on last year. Along with that, we're still continuing to do all the things that we've been doing. We have a traveling trunk that we take to every public elementary school, some private schools. We also do one for homeschoolers. So we visit almost 2,500 elementary students in our county every year. We have a passport in the summer that's going to be, I think, the 5th year this year, that we send students and their families around to different historic sites and areas in the county. And this, the first year we did it, we were hoping to maybe have 7,500 kids participate. We've had to cap it at 500. We can't handle much more than that a year, but 500 students and their families every summer travel around the county utilizing this passport that we produce and plan each year. We host a series of events, Night at the Museum in February, where we bring the museum to life, just like the movie. In March, we do a historic haunts bus tour, where we travel by bus and we visit these sites after dark. It's mostly history, but we inject some of the spooky stories about some of the sites in history here. I know we had tourism as one of the sites this year. A lot of fun. Then we also have a barn dance in the fall, and then our most known event, the Candlelight Cemetery Tour. We'll be celebrating our 30th annual tour this year, and as part of the Tennessee 250 celebration, the theme will be the American Revolution. We have about, give or take, since COVID, we really started to rebound. Around 5,000 people that come and tour the museum each season. We're closed kind of January and February, work remote, off-site, still do tours by request. And we've got a lot going on. Really busy. Glad to be able to preserve our stories for future generations. And something that's actually going to spin off of this album
film is that we saw a need for digitalizing and preserving music from all sorts of different genres and artists in our county, and we just received a grant through Meta for $26,000 where we'll be able to install listening stations. You'll be able to go listen to music that's been digitalized. We'll be able to have photos, text, interpretation to tell the history and the story of those artists. And our timeline is to have that complete by June of 2027. And we'll actually be designing it and setting it up. When you go into that area, it'll feel like you've walked back into Randy's record shop. And you'll be able to go sit down, listen to that, to those music and learn about those individuals. Yes, ma'am.
How is the income on your bed and breakfast going?
It's doing really well. Last year was our best year. Brought in around $40,000 before expenses came out. This year, we're looking to surpass that number. I think we'll hit 50. There has been some changes in how Airbnb allocates the fees. It's put more on the host instead of the end user, but I still expect we'll be somewhere in that ballpark.
Okay, good.
Yes, ma'am.
Out of curiosity, have you been able to retain any historical data on Randy's record shop since you kind of moved into music?
Not outside of what we already have. We've got quite a bit of information on Randy's at the museum. We even have some of the, we have the shelving that the records were on when they were displayed. We have some of the doors from those listening rooms where you can go in and put the record on, listen. Lots of photographs, tons of records, lots of dot records, records that are on the dot label. We have one of the old Randy's, not the original sign they had, but I think the sign that would have been up in the 80s. We also have the original neon, among numerous other artifacts from that.
It's a shame we lost
all the brick as well, and they unfortunately had to take it down.
I just want to thank and commend you for the display that's out in the lobby.
Yeah, we're glad to do that as well. But yeah, as we've updated our display to kind of tell what this area would have been like in 1776 and what was happening before we were saved.
Any other questions? Thank you, sir. Thank you for what you do.
Thank you.
All right. Tourism, you have the dubious honor of being the last one and the last one before lunch.
Last year, if I take you back down memory lane, the question you asked me was, we were facing a almost 10% deduction in occupancy tax. The question you asked was, is it going to get better next year? And I told you, yes. I want you to look at the numbers on occupancy tax. We are up right now 16% year over year.
Okay.
Getting a record number, it looks like it's the pace we're going for this year. So, yes, the answer was yes.
Okay.
And everything's going well. We are doing a lot of our funds are going towards sponsorships and events. You heard my name come up twice here in the last presentation with Ryan. Sumner County Tourism is helping with historical issues. We put on the Irish Festival this year, which was a nearly record crowd in spite of a threatened thunderstorm, and a huge success.
That was at Bledsoe Park, right?
Yes. And we've done other events throughout the year, but we're sponsoring all kinds of events. If Rock Castle ever reopens, we're going to be helping them with the Bluegrass Festival. They're struggling with their construction. We're doing a lot with Parks and Recreation in both Gallatin and Hendersonville, and working with the theaters in Portland and here in the square. You name it, we've got our finger in it when it comes to events here in the county. So the one thing I wanted to point out about these numbers, because there's a lot to look at here. If you look at the second page, the little circle there, I would like to remind everybody
really only 15% of the total visitor spend that comes into the county each year. So I ran some numbers, and I want you to know that based on this year's budget and the forecast that we're at, for every 33 cents in funding you're giving tourism, we're giving back $100 in tax dollars to the county. 33 cents turns into $100.
Good job.
Keep that in mind.
So if I give you $1 million, you'll turn that into
Yeah.
We will do our best.
$30 million?
Yeah, I mean, we could just fund ourselves.
There's probably a cap in there somewhere. I'm not saying no. So basically that's it. I'll entertain any questions you have. It's pretty simple. We're not asking for an increase this year. Carry it over.
Any questions? Go ahead.
Yes, sir.
I have heard the explanation of how that 33 cents turns into 100 million. Are you confident that that's accurate?
Yes. Well, the state is. Yeah, the state is.
That feels like some of that federal stuff. Federal math.
Well, the way they do it is it's incredibly complicated, and they track credit cards.
Yeah, I mean, I tend to think things like that are
a little
double counted.
Yeah.
But I am sure that it doesn't hurt.
Well, I understand that in addition to a hotel room, they're eating, they're buying gas,
Right.
shopping. You know, one of the biggest drivers in this community for visitor revenue is the Tri-County Hospital in Hendersonville.
Right, but when I have a customer come into town and he spends the night at the Comfort Inn, and he came from, Indiana or something, how do I know that he's not part of your dollar amounts?
Oh, he is, because he's a visitor.
Okay, so any visitor, and it may not have anything to do with you guys.
Absolutely.
Yeah, okay.
We can't take that credit. I wish I could.
No, also, if a new hotel is gonna come in, do you have any input in that?
They'll let us, absolutely. We're trying to get new hotels.
That's what I'm saying, like, you're the one advocating that, you're not advocating that. So
Right.
technically, if you really want to drill down.
We desperately need more hotels, because if you give me more hotels, we'll fill them. The problem is people can't come here because there's no hotels.
That's true. I would think. Anyway, that's a totally different discussion. Maybe we should open a hotel. All right. Any other questions?
I have them owned in the hotel.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for what you do. It's tough. All right. I'll bring us in here. I think we will. Well, I don't need a motion to adjourn because we're going to take a break, and I think there's food here. All right. We'll take a break.
Look at us being.
We're on time. I was on time this morning.
But you just not gonna let that die, or?
I told you, sometimes
On time. I'm exactly on time. I'm doing jiu-jitsu. Or, like yesterday, was in the bathroom. It just hit me, couldn't help it. Yeah, here's the thing. Sorry, I'm like, but we're back under relaxed rule. Bring us in. We're back under relaxed rules. Just an open discussion at this point.
Okay, yeah, that's all I want to do.
If you wanted to.
I'm not even proposing anything. This is something that last year, Matt, you challenged the committee to think of different ways on having increases in pay. And so I've been thinking about it, and I wish I'd have done this sooner, but it's just something, food for thought. So what I've got is I've got salary proposals, I've got the current system, and I just took 13 employees and I gave them a pay of, I moved up in increments of $10,000. So year one salary, you can see I've got employee number 13 makes $30,000 a year, and then employee number 1 makes $150,000. That's roughly where we're at. And so I took a 2% increase year after year, and what I saw is that with a straight percentage system, that the employee number 1 made 6 times as much money, dollars, 6 times as many dollars as the number 13, which tells me the rich get richer and the poor get poorer.
Yep.
Because, and the little story I kind of put together in my head is, we've got a fairly new employee here at the county that I spoke with recently, and that person lives in Nashville, got a job here fairly recently, and that person has to commute, would like to move to Sumner County, but can't because the cost of interest rates is too high right now at roughly 6%. So that person is now paying $4 a gallon for gas, which could be very temporary, we don't know. But, you know, after 10 years, the $150,000 employee made $30,000 more, or $24,000 more than the lowest paid one. And so I was thinking, well, you know, gasoline costs employee number one the same as it does number 13, and so does groceries, and so does so many things. Maybe there's a better way to do it, and maybe that is to have a fixed income increase rather than a percentage.
You put it all together in a bucket and then divide it out equally.
Exactly, but I don't know that in government you can do that fairly because, you know, okay, so, you know, I've known in private industry people who do this, and, you know, they're just trying to get rid of somebody that they don't want there. Now, in private industry, you can kind of do that. In government, that's really unfair that you play favorites. Now, some people, you know, need to be purged out of the system, and you know, nobody's going to argue that point. But what I did here is I just basically took the increase that employee number 13 got at 2% and at 5%. And it still didn't get them even close, but it seems to me to be a fairer thing than the straight percentage increase in salaries. Because that percentage is...
I totally get it. That's been the...
And so this is my solution to your challenge of last year, or at least it's the beginning of a possible solution.
So look, at this as a point of discussion, I think it's great. You know, I don't know that, like you said, you don't know that you have a proposal. The only thing is, I don't know that we can do much with it because we don't have, like, you know, there's no mechanism to impose that on the sheriff's office, right? I mean,
Well, we're imposing a COLA.
Well, we're not exactly, and this is kind of how we're using the COLA and these percentages to increase to arrive at, you know, these numbers.
Mm-hmm.
But we are personally working through the individuals, but at the end of the day, the constitutional officers can they can move those increases around however they want. So that's just.
It's not just constitutional, it's
So if Eric got employee A was underperforming, he could give employee B, employee A's COLA?
Well, it's not really employee A and employee B's COLA, that's just where you're seeing them in the budget. It's really just a pot of money.
It's just a pot of money.
And they assign that.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Well,
That's
technically,
That's why we got rid of HR.
one person.
This guy, like, we've been working on the internal and the finance department.
Yeah.
I thought you knew that.
So, no, why would I think because we're doing different...
No, realistically, the individual sheriff's officers or the EMTs, the AMTs, they're watching this stuff. So if and I'm seeing the heads go north and south. So if Mr. Crack or Mr. Poss went to their guys and were like, well, everybody else is going to get this and you're going to get them, they'll be like, okay, well, I'll go to Metro.
So this is bunk?
It's not bunk.
Most departments do it the way it's in those.
Yeah.
But we have had them come, and even though it shows a 2% COLA on each person, one person may get 1%, one person may get 5%. They can just.
Which is the way, in my opinion, it should be.
It should, and that's why so here's the deal. We did this because if part of it, we do it for us, so that we can, so that we're not just giving up, like, I'm not saying this to hate on the schools, but one reason I have been an advocate for at least parts of the 1981 Act is to get better visibility into it. Like this, say what you want about this process, the citizens can see every freaking line item if they want to see it and dive into it. And so we get a lot of visibility. Now, they can do with it what they please, but if they deviate from it, it's not on us. And so I don't have a problem with doing it this way. However, Mr. Hyde has made this point, and I think we've, once we've done some of this equalization and making sure that we're more in line with market, where we're really trying to get to is to say, hey, we're going to do this exercise, but really what we're shooting for is you're going to get, 2.5 COLA, 1.5 merit, and you just get the buckets and let them deal with it. Now, we'll still do this for visibility, but like getting into line by line by line edits, they could override us anyway.
Okay, I did not know that.
Here's another, this is different than the private sector in that these salaries are published. So every employee gets to see what their counterpart's making and what raise their counterpart is. So you start creating a lot of animosity in departments if you start. And that's why merit raises really have never caught on in government. That's the reason why.
Because I think, and I never would have agreed with what the mayor just stated until after my first budget cycle with this and learning about the government environment. And I know when I'm outdoors, people said, well, we just want the government to be like it is in the private sector. Well, now I tell people when they say that, well, I would love for it to be that way too, but government is not the private sector. Government is government. And it's a whole nother ball of wax. So then I quote Mr. Hyde about county government, and it's like driving a wagon blindfolded downhill with missing a wheel. No spirit, no rain, or whatever. You said that.
Did you ever say that?
Correct.
I've made it that way too.
So the long short of this is then that this is just for us to work through, but at the end of the day, Eric Prada can pay anybody whatever he wants. He can.
Yeah. Within the line.
We create the bucket. We put the money in the bucket, how much he figures out, and so. Don't need to be telling him that, he'll come back here. Well, I think he knows it all.
Which is a good, I didn't think of it like this.
Yes, I would like
that. In my world, I've always had problems with it because I'm like, well, it's a subpar employee. Why is it fair when you got Jessica busting her ass?
Right.
And to his point, which is, that's what John Bell, one of the doctors.
Yes, it will be.
I'm not saying I do, for the record, subpar employees in my world. I can have somebody that's paperwork has to come back when they open up a checking account wrong. Marks real quick to tell me that it's wrong. They can't have a subpar employee when they're going out and saving somebody from heart attack. So they are very quick, not quick, they're okay with termination, where in the private sector, termination is usually a last resort kind of thing.
Yeah, because it's big trouble.
Right.
So just to get us back on track here, and this was an important discussion, because I think it's great.
Thank you
Just
for your
finding out that it's a bucket that they.
Yeah, but at least we get visibility into it and everybody can see it, which I think this is done the right way.
Right.
And this is, but at the end of the day, the statutes say what they say. So, and look, these guys don't deviate much from it for all the reasons the mayor just said. Like, they publish this stuff. So if somebody comes in and like, hey, we start at 69, and Eric's like, nah, you're going to start at 59, he's going to be like, okay, I'm back to Metro.
I don't think about that. I think if I was an employee and I see what this is, and then you come back and say, you're getting, I'm looking at custodian, instead of $737, we're giving you a $500, that's motivating for me, versus,
I mean,
I'm gonna do a half it.
One of the things you could do, like, there's a column for cost of living. We could change that and have it like the line where the merit bases are. You could have a line for COLA, put in a percentage, and then the employees aren't gonna see that. Or you could just have one line that's merit and COLA together.
Personally, I like the transparency of it. I just want to and it also gives the department heads the option to get, for example, the judges, which I think we need to look at, right? Like, there's some discrepancies in where those guys are, but when you start looking at, like, seniority, and there may be good reasons for it.
You would still have their current salary listed, but just because it shows that for COLA on a certain line doesn't mean that that's where they're gonna put it.
Yeah, that's true.
See, I would like what you were saying, like just having a big bucket, and
they would still, if they went extra request, they would still put that on each person's line.
We could do it that way, as long as there was an option for that, because I just know, having done this, like, there's gonna be some points at which you just kind of have to, like, go in and manually.
I see what you're saying. I think it's just a different, like, I would rather be hands-off of that.
Well, I think
I would rather not line item, and so that's where I go into, like, just give them a bucket.
So let's do, like, just because we do need to get moving on this particular thing, like, I know you've made some changes based on this. Can you kind of guide us through the things we need to do, like salary now, in order to?
Okay, so,
This changes my whole paradigm. I wish I knew this 3 years ago.
Can I ask you a question from my perspective? So this merit allocation comes in, is this gonna be dealt with annually and spread out on my employees' payroll? Every year I've gotta make this allocation, or does this become a permanent adjustment that they can calculate as a new base salary?
No, I would never.
It's a bonus.
So it's strictly bonus.
Yeah, it's not a bonus, because that's a one-time. What it is it's an adjustment that will get, there will be an adjustment, and that adjustment could potentially be zero. I'm not saying it would necessarily
But
be.
to my point, it's every year I'll be dealing with it.
Yes.
Okay.
where it differs a little bit differently, Eric though, is all of his people pay in a separate object code. So he has a merit line, that each one of his object codes has a percentage. It's not just in his total bucket, because then if you put it in a total bucket, then he has to do transfer.
Yeah, okay, I get that. So his might be a little, and this is why it's
Where like,
Well, that's why I asked, because when I go down to deal with this on a monthly basis.
you're not dealing with your own money.
Well, I'm just saying, but I see it, I see the reporting on a monthly basis when it gets sent over to me.
Correct.
But
you should have to set it once a year.
You will.
Correct.
Yeah.
So, but you'll set it once a year. And you'll have to set, because of the way that yours is arranged, you'll have to set each one. Once a year. But you shouldn't have to deal with it month over month. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but I will be addressing it each fiscal year.
Yes, you will be.
Okay.
So, yesterday, Mark Smith talked about one of his employees that's at the same level of one as Catherine Strong's, but one is paid $10,000 more than the other.
This is the scenario Beth and I were just talking about, that gives us the option. We have this kind of starting point, which is what Dylan, and we're trying to get to, where we're like, hey, we're gonna use these calculations, but at the end of the day, we're gonna go, 2% COLA, 1.5% merit, and you guys can do with them. In addition to that, okay, you've got this one outlier over here, like we just had with Mark Smith. We will consider that in that particular line item, and so there will be some line items we look at, but the idea is that we don't have to go down every single one of them. We would just go through the outliers.
Yes.
That's where we're trying to.
Like Carolyn Templeton.
Right.
Is struggling like crazy.
Right.
And she's so conscientious. She doesn't ask for much over and over again. So we could say, we're gonna give her department 3%.
Yes, we could do something like that if we, you know, determine, hey, this department has turnover of 45%, this department over here has a turnover of 0.
Yeah.
See, you know what I mean?
Yeah, and sheriffs are making too much money, so we'll take some.
Yeah. Well, you can't reduce it. Let's get moving.
We built in,
Just remember, he's got a gun.
And it's slow.
Yeah.
so I went back last night and built in some formulas. So here's a table,
Thank you.
where we can adjust those merit percentages. So like right now in the mayor's budget, we put in the 1.5% merit based on his employee's current salary. Same for law director, election commission, it's the same.
This would be on top of COLA?
On top of
Yes,
all
COLA is in column S here.
Yep.
So these are the merits.
So that means, so for this example, it would be how much is the cost of living already built in? 2, so that would be a 3.5 total, okay.
Correct. Register D,
Well, you can't really say that, because not everybody's getting it.
Yes.
but
Yes.
it's 3.5% for that office.
It's a potential for each employee to get 3.5%.
Yes. I don't think I need to say it's per employee, it's 3.5%
Percent for
per
the office. Which, that's the way, but realistically, they could have always done this.
But, okay, so for the register D, she presented today, all we have to do is update her percentage on that table. I left it 0 for now. She included an extra percent plus a new employee. That's something y'all need to determine whether you're going to allow her to keep that or not. So any of these tabs that are highlighted in yellow are ones that you need to address. There are.
How long did you work on this?
You'll get the bill.
Do you have the final number
That we need
where
to-
we need to get to? Because yesterday was around 690, I remember. And now after your calculation.
Yeah, I think what we can do, because I know Mr. Poss, and maybe I,
Didn't change, 686.
Okay, so we're roughly.
we're close. So Mr. Poss, maybe this makes sense because we can knock this one out of the way and then we can move into, if you're okay with this, Beth, because I know Mr. Poss has some changes that I think will reduce this. And then I think there are probably a few other departments we can look at that'll get us the rest of the way. So without objection, I've spoken with Mr. Poss, and it's the same thing that I did with Sheriff Craddock. Chief Poss, he needs these positions, all of them that he's asking for. He's not asking, saying it's, but he also recognizes that to keep us in budget, there's a couple that he could maybe bump off to the next cycle. So Chief Poss, could you?
Well, one thing that was brought to my attention, just earlier about our administrative assistant, is our revenue decreased. And, I know you guys aren't talking about revenue right now, but that should at least stay steady. And so that's gonna make up some difference right there on the revenue side. It'll get us closer to that number.
What was the dollar amount?
I think it reduced by about 2%, which would be $200,000.
Oh, man. Between that and, we might be there. Between that, and we know we need to talk libraries and volunteer fire. We might be there.
He's gonna be your favorite person instead of
Might be there by
the
2 o'clock.
drone footage stuff.
You said revenue reduced.
No, you said on here.
That's just how it is on the spreadsheet.
He said on the
I'm not
spreadsheet
sure-
it's reduced.
I'm not sure how that
Oh.
number, I didn't have any input on
So
that.
you have $200,000 more,
I have it, it's missing
less.
on the spreadsheet.
but it should be on the spreadsheet.
Correct.
Oh, okay, when you said you had it reduced, I was thinking,
We're not reducing.
yeah, yes, I know, I'm sorry. Yes, okay, I'm sorry, I did not hear the word
I
spreadsheet.
thought that at first.
And I was like, how is everybody so excited? That's not good. $250,000.
We're not, the projections I've done, I'm not showing that we're going to meet budget this year. Next year's is based on current year and prior collections.
So it is a little bit low, I am, projecting to be a little bit lower for next $165,000.
Do we have
Well, so, yeah, I mean, we did have some lag, especially at the beginning of this year. One thing was the shutdown from last fall of Medicare. That money's been very slow to come back in, but if you look at just this past month, we're 1.2 million.
Yeah,
Where-
this past month not included.
Exactly, and then we're expecting another $1 million month this month as everything's getting called back up. So I would at least leave it level, because I do expect an increase in the next year.
That's another thing, down the, if we could continue to update, estimate the revenues and expenditures, for the next month or two. I know we did that last year.
Yeah.
And then we could add back positions if we need to.
Well, I mean, it just gives us it gives us, like, if we, you know, it could be both positive or negative. In this case, it sounds like it's gonna be net positive.
Well, same thing happened with property taxes due to the time of them receiving, the date spell.
So do you have actuals?
So yes, if you just, at least bring it to level with the previous fiscal year.
How would you, because I mean, I'm trying to, like, do you have month over month actuals that we could, like, put into there that could, like, as opposed to just kind of arbitrarily leveling it, like, we could just get them, and maybe that.
He's saying it could be, it's probably going to be better, but if you want to, like, conservatively put it what it was last year.
How many months are we missing?
Correct. Still, we're at 97.5 instead of 98.
But this was different, like, this one's, like, it's a month apart, like, I might be giving you a hard time.
Give you a hard time.
Because I am more conservative.
Here we go, he's gonna start. He likes sanctity of religion next.
That's right,
He loves Jesus.
What is that? I think I saw something that said kneel for your faith, stand for the law, something like that. I think I saw him saying that.
Look, is there any, like, I know we're gonna check here, is there any, I'm fine with it, what's the difference? I just wanna know what the difference between the two are.
$65,834.
That's in the revenue, that doesn't include missing.
You're saying that that's a
There's
lag?
about $200,000 missing from the spreadsheet, if you include the
What I would say is, if, without objection, if we could make it, if we could reduce or increase it to the 165,000, I'm comfortable with that because of.
Better on the safe side.
Well, it's still on the safe side, because I know what you're talking about with the Medicare, delay. So that, I'm all right with that. Is there any objection to that? And do we need to take a vote?
I'm not even sure what you were asking.
So what Chief Poss said was, so we had projected, lower revenues this year than last year.
That's in payment for the ambulance trips.
Right, and so that is the finances projections are always a couple months in arrears. And what Chief Poss's explanation for that was that there have been delays in insurance payments.
Right.
That those are, and then he said that they have caught up and have overpaid, this last month, and that he expects them to be back at least, and probably more, but at least back to where it was the previous year, and that makes sense to me. So I just said we can add to 165,000 and make it level with last year.
Okay.
Are you comfortable with that? Do we need to take a vote? All right, we're comfortable with that.
Yeah, and so back to, in reductions, we left money into the balanced budget fund, and what that covers, it's a bit of a buffer, but it covers our athletics, that we have to go stand by for in special events, when we have people out on extended FMLA time, sick time, that sort of thing. So I think that, I would be comfortable if we removed about $100,000 from that. I just want to reserve the right if we do have a crazy year where we miss a lot of people, something happens, that we have to come back to maintain the service.
Okay.
The budget balance. You can pull it out of paramedics or paramedic overtime.
100.
Oh, yeah, okay, 100,000 there. Are you still comfortable with the 2 EMTs, or could we potentially do one? let me see if we can do one and how that works.
Anything that we start removing from there is, I mean, it's just pulling positions off the road. They're all, personnel is going into the field.
And it affects your.
These are not,
Well, I was thinking that it affects the overtime.
Does it affect the overtime?
I said, well, I said it affects the overtime, because if we're reducing from overtime and then cutting positions you need, you're smacking both hands.
So let's see what, once we remove that, let's see where we're at.
Are you changing your shift hours? Is that how you, what do you go to 12-hour shift?
Well, yes, that's what, especially in this decision, 12 hours.
Because they've been 24. Yeah.
And, I think we're just at a point that we're so busy that we don't want the paramedic to stay on shift for 23 hours.
no, we don't.
So let's,
Yeah.
Chief Foster,
Is that more?
I just need to budget now, so I'm gonna do with you what we did with, Sheriff Craddock. I'm gonna go ahead and remove them, but we've got other lines to go through, and they'll be high priority to move back in. So these are,
Just for my curiosity, is this saved on some cloud somewhere? Just in case?
Yeah, this is the only OneDrive, and then we'll
Okay.
save it to.
Yeah, we say we'll.
Okay. I just want to make sure that we don't wake up tomorrow and this thing crashed or got hacked or whatever.
Did you know David Moore?
ALS.
He was so paranoid, he ate like a million.
But this is still an Excel spreadsheet instead of.
Yes.
So that's where I'm.
Yes, yes. But there's one.
They make it safer.
There's one, too.
I've gotta take a quick call real quick, moving those, and I think that if you could, I think the next ones that we're looking at, well, we probably need to do the 1.5% calculations and then the, library. Oh, yeah, we need the three.
Do we need to, do you want to take a break or leave it on?
Y'all keep going, this will be a 5-minute call.
Okay.
To the.
No, those are paramedics.
We didn't have to do ALS,
Right, we don't have
Right. He just said to take two ALS.
Just take them out of the current, so that we keep those others moving to paramedics. Yes, because those people are in school and they're gonna become paramedics, not pay them as much.
Did we reimburse for education at all?
We do. Luckily, we haven't had to this year, we've got it all covered with grants.
Okay.
And I do have it in the budget this year.
Beautiful.
In case we need to.
John, what salary,
Still
because
taxpayer
there's a
dollars.
various range of salaries.
We have it.
It's
Additional time.
Yeah. It all comes from you, buddy.
$100, I ain't gotta take a flight for it. I don't know, call Tom. Marcia. Call Marcia. Marcia.
I liked that TV show, didn't you? Do you even remember it?
Well, it wasn't on when I was,
It's a Brady
it wasn't on
Bunch.
live, but it was, I've seen reruns.
I watched it rerun.
I watched it live.
Don't forget to take those.
I at least had color TV.
I watched the Partridge Family live.
Did you?
Yes.
67, 68? I watched the Monkees live, I watched Partridge Family live, I watched the Brady Bunch live, I watched Bewitched live.
These race on from school, watch Gilligan's Island.
Oh, yeah!
What, Gilligan's MASH? I referenced MASH, yes, 2 days ago.
Oh, we still watch MASH. We turn it on at night, like if you're just.
I like the ones with McLean Stevenson better than
Yeah,
Morgan.
I agree.
You and my husband, every time I get to where we're finally someplace, I'm like, we'll go turn on the Hulu and just review the show, and I'm like, why did you go back to season 1?
You know, I saw something the other day that, and I just looked up, the Jetsons was at, on 2062, which is only 36 years from now.
I watched those live.
Oh, I can't, yeah, Mark remembers watching them on primetime, the cartoons.
The Flintstones was 7:30 on Wednesday nights.
On a night, really?
Why weren't you at church?
Because Wednesday night church is not a thing in California.
Oh, no wonder y'all are so liberal.
It's other nights. It's other nights. It's Tuesday or Thursday. Some churches it's Wednesday.
I know, we went to church on Wednesday night.
Who's vice chair? Me. What do you want to do?
I don't know. No, I'm just kidding. Are you done with?
Yeah.
How close are we?
200,000. Can we go back to sheriff's? We already did.
Well, here it comes, here it comes.
Hey, what did you want to do? Library next?
Library, just start at the beginning.
I think we can go start at the beginning and we can kind of step through each department, it'll be.
One thing we really need to do, and I meant to see Eric about this and talk to him about it, but the self-insurance board has not dealt with this thing with the person for risk management. And there's several different ideas floating around out there. I think we need to wait on that because is it someone like him or is it someone that, a supervisor that can take on risk management? There's so many things being talked about.
My intent is to have Kim's twin, is what I'm trying to do for two reasons. One, she had to give me any indication she's ready to retire, but she's at that area, and when she takes a vacation or time off, and she's through her time here, accumulated a lot of time off, I need somebody to step right in, pick it up and keep moving, report to SIV, get these OJI claims done. So I'm looking for a mirror of Kim.
I really think it ought to go before the self-insurance board.
Well, I don't necessarily have a problem with that. I was just saying that was a wish list to ask.
Let's just do this, and let's take a quick vote on it, if we're all right with it. I'll bring us into, this is for the, we want to go to the law directors, or is it risk management?
Yeah.
So he briefed it. So there was one, this new position, Mr. Hyde, I'll make the motion, and Mr. Hyde, tell me if it's wrong here. The motion is to remove this and
There's
instead.
not a position.
There's nothing to remove.
I thought you.
No, I said I bare bones my submission. However, if I had a Christmas wish,
Oh, well
it would be.
then there's nothing to do. Then
I understand that. Another reason was to forecast the fact that I will be asking next budget.
But then then Mr. Hyde, unless you have an objection, I'd say we start from the top and just go down our,
Law director election.
But none of those were special, right? Wait, the election, we already dealt with the election?
let's just go down the list.
Yeah, I would rather start at the beginning there.
Yeah, that's fine.
Just on payroll.
Just on payroll, yes.
Here's the mayor.
Well, the mayor's may be one where we need to, have you run that's it, okay, perfect. All right, any objection to this?
Nope.
Okay, any objection anywhere? Okay, so Mr. Mayor, you're getting more than yes.
Here's the law director.
Law directors. Here's just line by line, so this is limited to 5.
Yes.
Any objection to this one?
Nope.
Nope.
Okay, we move forward.
Election
Election commission.
I'll remove those, you remove one position, we put in the mayor.
That's the 1.5 that we gave everybody else. Any objection? Okay.
Nope. D, we haven't done anything.
So there's this one position. Well, first off, I think we need to.
I would be curious the difference in what she's got, what she asked for versus the 1.5.
She said this was 1%, so it would be another half.
Oh,
Oh.
I thought it tickled her.
She asked for 1%.
Well, I think we.
She what?
She asked for 1 and everybody else were getting 1.5.
Yeah.
The 1.5.
Yeah. Yeah.
If it's more than that.
Wait, you're giving her another percent?
Half, right?
0.5%.
Getting a 0.5%.
We're
taking out the one
up there, I'm sorry.
No,
She's not taking it.
and I'm just standing up here because I can't.
We never talked about it. To your question.
Oh, Shannon,
Yes, sir.
I am sympathy with those kids.
Thank you,
Yeah,
I'm so excited. Stephen will like that too. So, I can't remember, did she have 2% plus 1%, and we're giving her 2% and the 1.5?
Currently in the 1.5.
Yeah, she just underestimated, okay.
She had a budget balance of $17,000.
Right, yeah, that's
She's
fine.
using that plus Parker.
Right, I remember that part, I just couldn't remember the number
Which
in
one
her.
did she say she needed more when you asked if you had to choose? Do you recall?
I don't think I asked her that.
Say that again.
Yeah, she had.
But she didn't ask for additional above what
That's
the
right.
merit was.
That's right. Whether if she had to choose between additional.
We did not ask her. I was waiting for Dylan to say, would you rather have the raise or the employee?
I don't think I could, because she was, because we had already talked about
Do
it.
we want to leave this alone, or do we want to remove the position?
Can we leave it in there for now?
Leave it for
Yeah.
now and continue?
Yeah.
Okay.
Knowing that we may have to make a few passes with this.
Planning, I don't think he asked for anything, we put in the merit amount.
He
did
asked
ask for part-time.
assistant and something else up there, it was like 76,000.
No, this
He asked for a part-time
that was
employee
just
to
some
help
movement in his
Yes.
people.
with,
Part-time,
Let's, okay.
so
Do we want to leave the part-time, or do we want to?
I do, because they're busy up there all the time.
So we'll
Do
leave
you
it, we'll
agree?
continue.
You're probably in there more than I am, but when I have to call them, I'm always having to leave voicemail.
she wants
Sometimes
a
I answer
part-time
the
person
phone.
for her phone.
That's right.
I think
I want a pay raise and an assistant. Are you kidding me?
The additional amount for the AFC coordinator.
What is that?
They just want to bring her salary up.
That is the new girl, that they are trying to get that at a market rate. She does a phenomenal job back correcting.
That AFT, she was the one who was in here when they were discussing the, adequate facilities tax. Who stood up here with him.
Okay.
And she does have a bachelor's
Do
degree.
we need a vote on this, or do we leave it?
Leave it.
All right, then without objection, remove.
This is one the mayor wanted to talk about.
Okay?
Oh. Brian.
Oh. Yeah, for some reason, 63 is what I wanted to hit. I can't get him up to 70, was it 74 is what Brian's making? Maybe down the road, but I think it's 63.
What is he at now?
52.
So how much would that, like, if you, 53,
What if we went to
75?
maybe $7,000 here? Would that be?
Yeah, I mean,
Are we-
whatever y'all do.
Are we comfortable with that to get into a flat $7,000?
How many years has he been there? A long time.
Well, he's been there, he had been there since it opened.
Are you talking about leaving it at 60 even?
Yeah, that would be $7,000 difference, roughly. And what was our change to merit? Was that a follow on the spot?
74.29.
Yeah, but,
The merit.
oh, yeah, so that would be a little bit, so if you did like 6,500 there, it'd probably be up to 60,000.
Yeah, but that goes back to my question, which this is a one-year thing, that marriage.
No, it stays in.
It's like a step.
It's a recurring.
It's a step.
Mm-hmm.
It's more equivalent to a step than a bonus. It's a step.
It's like a whole
Or
level.
y'all just said treat it like a bonus earlier.
No.
I know, I was,
It's recurring on their salary.
So once they get this, this is indefinite.
Yeah.
correct.
Well, that completely changes it, okay.
But it's up to the supervisor.
Right, I get that's where I was, that's why I answered like a bonus, is because it's not a
Where do we
guarantee.
want to land on Mr. Brian?
How many, I want to be,
What Matt said, 6,500, and then he also gets the merit increase.
Yeah, he's
And
also
then
getting the merit.
60.
Okay.
Yeah, it'd be that.
That's fair. I mean, that's like a.
All right,
well, the merit will be up to.
all right, so let's continue. hear about the project management on this, or like,
Y'all have questions, I didn't.
She's like, I didn't have
Well, for the purposes of this, like, I mean, it might make sense to defer that discussion and just let's get
deferred to when. I would, if we're gonna defer it, I want a definite timeline.
we can put it, I mean, look, I'm happy to put it on Monday's budget, if we wanna do that. I'll bring it from the floor on budget, if we wanna do that, that's Monday. I'll bring it, you know what I mean?
That's fine.
Cause let me make sure done before we vote on this.
Let me make sure I understand, what we're discussing is moving projects out from there and under a different department. Correct.
Yeah, I just think, like, let's do the numbers here, and we're literally bumping this off for 72 hours.
Okay.
96 hours.
We didn't have any problem moving it out of planning during this process up to there.
Well, I know, but we also took four passes out. And Mr. Hyde wants to be out of here by 2. It's
I
4
would
days.
still be out here by 2.
I'd have to be out of commission at about a
But we'll discuss and go back and forth, we spent 30 minutes on it.
I'll spend all night here. That's what I'm
Well, I'll take
dedicated
a
to my
vote.
citizens.
I'll take a vote for the vote. I'll bring us back into order. I'm gonna make a motion to defer any discussion of moving the, project management anywhere until Monday's budget, where I will, under this, I as the chair will bring this up and add it to, budget.
Okay.
That's my motion. All in favor?
We got rules. We'll beat you with them if you don't put it on.
I'll put it on there. All right. Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. Focus here.
Bedford, is anything else we had in the mayor?
All right.
Trustee, she's already put it in the mayor. Which is a lot more than one half.
No.
Then we need to go to 1.5.
Who is that?
Cindy.
Said 1 minutes gets everybody. We gotta be fair.
But did she do this in lieu of another? No, she.
No, it was all in one bucket.
Okay.
So, that's the deal. You're gonna get, moving forward, which I think the way we wanna do this is, you're gonna get the COLA, and then you're gonna get the merit step, whatever you wanna call it, and then if you have a specific case, you have to bring that
I thought
specific case.
I just was asking, did she do this in lieu of another employee? Because then it would probably be the same, but.
We didn't cut the employee, did we?
For
Did we
trustee?
just-
No.
We're just readjusting the numbers.
All right, so it comes down a little bit.
County clerk.
I know that office is crushed.
Yeah, they've been lined up out
I
the
know
door.
that office is crushed.
Like
Every
that,
time I
it's
come
like
here.
that in Hendersonville too.
I think, did we do the 1.5% for them?
No, this is what she had put in her budget.
What was what if we do 1.5?
I wonder what they did.
I'm almost okay with leaving hers the way it is.
But I want to make sure that the 1.5 is not more total.
Well, then let's check.
Oh, yeah, 'cause she said she needed them brought up in order to hire them. She's been asking for that for 6 months. We
She
should
has
probably
been.
just leave her alone.
I'm okay with that too.
I was in the office.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
we pull it back. But I'll take a vote on it, just to be recognizing that, Templeton's office is more than the 1.5%. What you asked for,
Second.
to leave it at the 40,000. So there's a motion and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. We leave that one alone.
IT, no new apps, just as a mayor.
Yeah. What about that IT technician?
I think it's just an unproven.
Oh, that's right, okay, leave it alone. Any objection to that?
Circuit court, she did ask to increase the one supervisor. That's the only other change we had in there, and then she had an extra position she requested.
This is what I couldn't hear you.
Circuit court, Catherine Strong.
Yeah, but what explanation did you give?
She had an additional amount for juvenile supervisor, a new position, and then the merit increase.
The change was, for that, was she moving that into a supervisor position, or was it to bring up?
Oh,
She's already.
The supervisor quit and she's spread the work around or something.
She was gonna add additional.
And it was a part-time, so she made it full-time.
Additional days.
All right, do we want to take a vote on this, or are we okay with it as is?
I'm fine with it. The only thing is I would rather not. It's what we did earlier with John's employee. Like, if we're gonna do the 1.5, don't do the 48.77 and the 1.5. See what I'm saying?
So.
Don't let us, not two merit increases.
Yeah, I see. So what do we want to reduce that to? Like make the send file off the number.
I don't know what the math is on that. I mean, it would be.
What is
3,000.
All right, I was gonna, this was harder to back into. All right, $3,000. You want to make that, you making that
I'm
motion?
making that as my.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Just so I know, it's 3,000 plus.
Now it's 3,000 plus.
Yeah.
It's what we did.
Just in case they.
It's what we did with your person.
With your guys.
We're trying to be fair.
I'm for it.
I mean, this is not perfect. This is not a perfect science.
All business.
What about the new position?
Anybody have an issue with the new position?
For now, no.
All right. Continue. No general session, civil. Okay, so general session. So here's if we look at all of the, I have some questions on this. There were some. If we look at 1, 3, and 1, 2, and 3, like 3 is doing the 1.5. Like I think that's right on it, basically, right? Like pretty close. Maybe a little less.
Close to another 1%.
One. She might need a little bit. Well, let's start here. And do the.
Wait, 3 is Kiwi, right?
Yeah.
Sorry, Judge McCormick.
2 is Howard, 1 is
I
Ron.
think we gotta do 1.5. I think what we should do here is even them all out at 1.5 and then consider why, because there were some that were like really big jumps and like.
Well, for instance, the libraries have never done merit.
Well, what we could do here, if we're okay with this, we do everybody to 1.5 and then I'll be the bad guy to call the judges and like Judge McCormick will be happy with it. Judge Blanton will be unhappy with it, and Judge Howard will be very unhappy with it. I'll explain what we did, and then, they can come in and explain like what, say why there are differences, why they're asking for those differences. I'll be the bad guy. Are we good with that?
Yeah.
I'll be the one to make.
Yeah, absolutely.
Make half the judges in the county mad at me. All right, so are we good with going 1.5? That's true.
So do you want to zero these amounts out?
Yeah, so you zero those and we do 1.5. She's actually going to come out in the pot here. And they'll come out one will come out in the negative, I think.
Yes. However, based off of, just based off of what their feedback yesterday, Judge Blanton's ask was to bring one of his employees or two almost to what Judge McCormick
Yeah, I know.
did. And there's a stark difference in experience and education level.
And so are we saying that Judge Blanton's are more senior?
No.
No. So
McCormick's are actually more senior.
He just had
hers,
one.
one has been there since 2005, one since August, with the county, not necessarily in these positions, with the county. And then here's a 24, 22.
Oh, well.
He's got one of these, that's 05 to 25.
Yeah, but what's interesting about it?
One of McCormick's is also a paralegal and has 10 years of paralegal experience. That's what she was speaking to yesterday. And one of Judge Blanton's is a high school graduate. So I'm not saying that that's less than. I'm just saying I understand that's what they were speaking to yesterday.
I feel like what happens if we reduce this to the merit? So this would be the merit. So if we zero that out, it goes up to about a quarter. is asking for. Are we, I'll take a vote, they can come back big and make a change.
Yep.
$6,700 that he's asking for.
Yeah, it's about a quarter.
Motion.
All right, so second, all in favor?
Aye.
Zero goes out. I'll
We
give a call.
discussed this last year in budget, and when they started asking for steps, that eventually you have to pull everybody into it. And you have to begin somewhere.
Yep.
One year
Right.
has to be the,
And this is gonna be
Yeah.
a move toward that year.
and we can blame it on the original department who asked for steps.
You would.
All right,
Report, we put in the merits for. Because the department has truly ought to decide who has worked harder, yes, who is the A plus, and who is the B minus,
yeah.
Put stuff away.
But we might be able to knock it out. Well, we can at least address it going forward.
That's crazy.
or who all gets,
You'd rather go do it?
no, we don't decide who gets the merit.
So, hey, we've got a decision we need to make, and that is, do we apply the 1.5% to part-time?
That's what, yeah.
You need to.
If it's a,
Do they
we
get COLA?
should, because,
Yeah.
because if it's a bucket,
I'm not,
There's still.
I would say no.
I'm not sure they
it's
do.
a bucket.
But they don't get any of the bennies,
They don't
right?
get benefits or anything, I think.
I think it's y'all's call.
All right, well,
I vote no. As part-time is part-time.
I agree. Well, I'll put it to vote, so we have it. I'll make the, well, I'm not gonna make, who wants to make the motion to increase it? Is there anybody gonna make a motion to increase this to apply 1.5 to part-time?
I'll make the motion to apply 1.5.
All right, is there a second? I'll make a second just so that we can vote on it. I'm probably voting against it, but, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
Wow. Might wanna count hands on this. No, that's okay.
No, I don't think we need to.
No, that's all right.
I think I got it.
What do you think, it
No,
matters?
just,
I didn't vote,
very
but
conservative guy.
the rest of those
All right, let's keep going.
He's getting soft in his own.
chancery,
Well, you get those
he has
bennies.
several.
You can do is
I
give them.
think, plus I need your position.
So let's do this in two passes. Do we want to give the new position to Chancery Court? Are we, anybody have any, I don't have.
Catherine.
No,
Mark Smith, I'm sorry.
Oh, bless him.
I do, and
I'm good with
I
it.
do because we, at my cemetery, I listen to him, and we deal with so many, of these conservatorships, and I had no idea, I can't imagine, and I imagine, because people are living longer, that they are doing a lot more conservatorship type work.
So that's, is there anybody who, do we need to take a vote on this, or without objection, leave this as is? Not all of it, but just the new position.
Just the new position is all we're talking about.
Yes.
Okay.
All right, we're good there. Now, the next part of it is,
He's got some hefty merit,
hefty.
like $25,000.
I feel like if we're gonna do that with the other judges, we've gotta do it here too.
This is the one where he's got the exact same position as Catherine, and there's a $10,000 discrepancy.
What did we do with Catherine?
But he said he would rather have the employee. I have noticed twice.
Well-
Said he would rather have employees.
So here's what we do.
He did.
I say we split it. I'm gonna make a motion. Here's what I'll do. I will make a motion to do two things. First, we zero it all out to 1.5. And then, in addition to that 13 becomes 7,000.
Second that.
Split it in half.
Split it in half, but everything else gets zeroed out. So we're gonna add the 1.5, and then on top of it, that becomes 7,000.
But the rest of them become
Zero. Is the second good with that?
And keep the,
Yep.
I was sure that was the position.
Yes. That was it. And if we're wrong,
He'll tell us.
Yeah.
he'll tell us. We can move it however we want. we need to do general assessments.
So how much did that change?
We go to the last.
I got lost in the math.
It went from, about $10,000, because it was 23 and change, and now it's 13.
Okay.
Can we go back to the, well, let's go ahead and just keep going, and then we'll see where we land.
General assessments, 2.
Same, I think we do the same thing here, and we're gonna, and I'm Judge Howard's really gonna be down here, but, okay.
Do what? 0?
0, and then apply to 1.5. Does anybody have an objection to that?
Nope, I've already, we have to start somewhere if we're gonna do this.
Yeah, and if if there's a good reason, then I'm sure there is, you know, we can hear it. All right. Magistrates. Do we add the extra judicial commissioner? Well, first, yeah, okay, so unless we have any objection here to make it to 0, and we just make them 1.5? All right, 0 those, make them 1.5. It'll come down a little bit, it won't be it. It'll be about half of it. That's gonna reduce about half.
It was 78, 176.
Yeah.
Yes, for additional part-time.
Yeah, is this for an additional employee or?
Part-time.
And an additional commissioner. So I think the question we need to go in here is, let's break these into, do we go with the additional judicial commissioner, or?
I think they really need an additional commissioner, the workload's increasing.
Anybody want to remove it? Without objection, then unless we want to vote, then we leave it. Does anybody like to vote on it? All right, then we leave it.
This is the parenting coordinator, you know, no change.
Yeah, we did. We want to keep it? We're not doing part-time. Oh, did he do a part-time increase?
No, he didn't do it, it's just possible, isn't it?
No, I mean for, magistrates.
Magistrates, yes, that's one of the possible.
Do we want to do is this for more, the question I have is this for more hours, or is this for, because if it's for more hours, then that's not the same as giving a bump.
I don't disagree with you. I was just saying it hadn't been addressed.
Have we? I just don't know if that's more out. Do we have?
I say we do the 1.5 and then give him the extra, the judicial commissioner, and then he can come back.
All right, so that, if anybody will 0 this. Are we good with 0 then? All right, we'll 0 it. Okay.
Not June 29th.
Yeah, we've got time. We've got time. I know that they have better things to do with.
Well, that's easy.
These are.
I still understand if they have to come back and.
All right, this one was same thing. I think we do 1.5 and 0 it.
So all those 2,000s, those were just.
He took, because he had some that he would have turned back in, he turned back in some and then split it up.
Okay.
Which is common, like, I mean, I know, doing what we're doing now will actually kind of maybe prevent.
It's the use it or lose it mentality.
Yeah, which, anybody who's been in the military.
Speaking of, I wonder if
I've done it.
ever filled up all these
Yeah.
filing cabinets.
Were
you listening?
You study, you fire a lot of missiles.
like what we're kicking him over the sheriff's office.
Sheriff did a lot of cuts already.
I think we can move, and do what we're basing that off of. Let's continue. I think if we do the sheriff, I'm worried we'll end up higher. If we did that, because I think it's.
You give them more money?
I think we would end up giving him more money.
Okay,
He's
do it.
at 1.2 something. So.
Okay, do it.
So let's continue.
No, go back.
Well, then we're gonna be, his place is huge. We're gonna end up with.
What do you want to do?
So. He still makes me argue against himself.
No, but I think, would he rather, I mean, it's the same question. He's got a lot of employees that he cut yesterday, so.
Mr. Credit.
On several of the lines, here are just some rough numbers. Corrections, 2.6, jail sergeant, 0.7. Clerical animal control has a big increase, but I made one of those clerical the shelter manager.
Right.
Remember that. Deputy animal control, 1.37, deputy court, 1, maintenance, 0.72, clerical, 2.29, IT was 4, because I'm bringing one of the IT techs, paying him commensurate with his work. And so, I think we do a rough average there, 1.5 is probably.
Well, he's just gonna use the benefit of allocating it right now. Yeah, that's kind of the way I'm seeing it. Why do we?
Okay, I just don't want to shortchange him, because.
Yeah.
Based on my math, I don't think I'm being short.
Okay, all right, then we're good. Then we leave the sheriff's office as is.
And to be clear, us doing this, beginning this now, gets rid of those special asks every year going forward.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
And it lets
Yeah.
them, it lets the departments impose the step.
Be the boss of the department.
Yes.
Yes.
Less government overreach, what?
All right.
What comes to
Mm-hmm.
He didn't ask for anything else, it's just the mayor.
Okay, and we leave it.
EMA, he asked to incorporate the EMPG amounts into his regular budget.
I don't. Oh, I don't.
$35,834 all in.
He did who?
He wants to pull the grant.
One of
Right.
his grants he uses to pay, it's like a supplement to his employees. So part of their salary comes from a grant, part comes from the county. He wants those grant funds to be picked up by the county. You would still receive the grant, he's just using.
But what if the grant goes away, the county's on the hook for the payroll part?
That was the argument that he's made every year presenting this. He does this each year, because he doesn't want to lose the position if the grant goes away.
What is the position?
No.
It's a part pay. So part of the pay comes from the grant.
I know, I'm saying, what is the position that we would be?
Oh, assistant director, I mean, he's only got 4 employees. Yeah.
So I'll just put this one to vote. I'll probably be against it, but just to have a vote on here. I'll add the motion is to add, supplement, the pay supplement that is currently covered by the grant to the county budget. That's my motion. Need a second. Second. All right, motion and a second. Any discussion on it?
Would you explain the motion?
Yes, so the motion is, so the issue is that these, positions that are currently covered under this EMPG grant, is, yeah, EMPG, G stands for grant. But, in any case, sorry, you can hit me through that. You can, sorry, that was really.
Well, you do make sure you get it on camera. I want to go back and watch it.
We need that for entertainment.
I'm like, Matt, so her point here is that, these positions have salary that is partly covered by this grant. What Mr. Ryder wants to do is move that salary into, he'd still be collecting the grant, but he wants to,
It's just for the assistant director and the admin assistant, and then most of that, I mean, over 21,000 is for part-time pay.
Yeah, and here, I mean, here's the problem, this is the same argument he has each year, is that if he loses that grant, then we have to do it. Or we lose the assistant director and the admin assistant.
well, here's
And so, you know, my concern, and, you know, why I think it's justified is why, is that we need stability in those positions. Will those grant funds go away? I don't know. But we'll be at this table talking about this again next year, because we still need the stability in that pay. And those grants go for something else for the citizens. Mr. Ryan?
Well, I was just gonna say that if this does happen, I'll be the first one to step up, and help Ken and keep the positions. But as long as we don't have to do it, I mean, you know, but I'll be for saving it.
If that time comes, I agree.
And that's great if we've got 13 commissioners that agree with that. See, that, and again, it's just,
We've got 6 here, that's half.
well, we don't know when the grant's going away, if it's going away. I mean,
Well, I made the motion as a motion. Do we have a second for it?
I did.
Oh, you gave a second? All right. What was your motion again? The motion, I'll be against the motion, but just to put it on the floor. The motion was to move that, those funds.
To move it.
Yeah, to move it.
So our vote would be no.
Mine will be no. If you want to leave it the way it is, the vote will be no.
Leave it the way it is, yes.
Leave it the way it is, a no.
Leave it the way it is a no vote. So, all in favor? All opposed?
No, that hurts.
Oh, sorry, Ken. Ken's like, not wanting to throw it over to your house.
No, I mean, it's nothing against him. It's, we're cutting all these other things, and I don't, I mean, that's another employee somewhere else.
That's right, and half an employee, so
that's fine.
But it's not a cut, it's just it's flowing the money through, yeah, that's all it is.
All right, let's continue. So we dispatch.
They didn't ask for anything.
And we're bumping, right?
It's changing.
I've included them.
So it's all right, so any change in here?
That's just a basic position.
So they asked for, I would say that I would be in favor of leaving these in the, checking. These additional dispatches.
So it's not additional.
Oh, that's right.
Vacant position.
Sorry.
Yeah, he's got 7 vacant.
That's right. Scroll down.
No, because remember we gave, he's like, I'm so thankful we just gave him a new position last year.
Yeah, we gave him 7 last year.
All right, so we no change here. Health department, scroll.
Oh, well, it's just, here's his regular, our county employees with the merit and then DGA.
That's all we're in, something we can't deal with. Okay, no change.
Yeah,
We dealt with that earlier.
correct.
Galveston Library, okay, we're now getting to libraries. So I would say that we zero this
Yes.
and we make it 1.5.
Yes.
Only for full-time employees.
Yes,
Yes.
correct.
Because those libraries are full of seasonal part-time and all kinds of part-time.
Well, probably because they get paid in McDonald's cheeseburgers. Maybe not.
I think they're usually between 11 something and 13. You know, but to come in for children's pony castle party room time, like all summer long. You could.
Hendersonville. I bet they've never seen a goat.
You know, I bet animal control could use it for a
You need a goat?
mascot. They used
I got one goat left. I'm
They used to have a donkey.
You forget, they have.
But what's that for?
You got the goat farm down there, remember?
Hey, you know they could use saving money on landscaping? That's over there at tourism.
Guys, for part-time, we've been zeroing and we're not sure if it's increase in person or increase in time.
Where are we?
Gallup Library, part-time, what we have been doing is zeroing these, and then they'll come in and say, hey, this is, what do we need the extra hours?
Yeah.
Versus the extra money per hour.
Mm-hmm.
Can't tell the difference here. So zero it, and without objection, we zero that, and, because we were flat 1.5.
Yeah, because I don't remember.
All right. Hendersonville, okay. So start with without objection, start with the one,
Go ahead.
my motion was gonna be to zero and start with 1.5.
Yep.
Yep.
Just like we're doing for everybody else.
Yep.
And then what we need to talk about is that position, and here's what I would offer. I am, and I'm pro keeping these guys, I'll make a
go, I'm broken, I want those hours open. I question why they need 10 versus y'all needing 7. I'm willing to meet in the middle with some part-time. So I would put an increase in part-time equivalent to 1/2 of the.
That was my question. If it's just 4 hours difference or whatever it was, like.
So, I looked at her, activity schedule. Like one thing she said yesterday is that she needed, if there was an event, she needed a teen librarian, not a teen librarian, but she needed somebody in the teen room for this, and that, and the other. She has, 2 programs in the middle of the day for teens, like 11 o'clock on Monday, 11 o'clock on Thursdays, and one's a homeschool. But I think she could juggle her programs. There's a lot of juggling that could be done for the difference in employees and her circulation. Gabby gave the full year of circulation. I looked at that. Hendersonville Library's stats came out yesterday. Her circulation is 21,000 a month, and Gallatin's is about that too. And circulation is a good reflection of business, of busyness. So I was thinking last night she could do, because she can come back, but what she could do is take 2 of her part-time and turn them into a full-time.
So
However, what were you thinking?
I would suggest that we zero that out and add 1/2 of that here. And if the city of Hendersonville wants to come back and meet,
So they've already put 70,000 in. They've come to meet that 20. They give 50. They offered 20 if we open for 8 hours on Friday.
Well, that'd be almost 20.
Yeah.
Because if we go 15 there, it'd be like, we can make that 20, but not a full time with all of the benefits and everything.
Yeah, that's fine, because the city also said that they were fine with no programs on Fridays, just bare bones.
Well, so I'm guessing the second is to zero that and make this 20. That's mine. So we're zeroing out the new clerk and we're adding 20 to part-time.
Yes.
We're not adding 20, but making it a total of 20.
And the motion was that she would,
16,880.
So they've got the same walk-in traffic?
So I think
circulation is not walk-in.
Oh, it's not?
Circulation
So, is there,
checking out.
are there any objections to doing this?
No.
Okay.
Okay, but before we go, so in the library board, because the library board is kind of its own little sovereign little thing, the motion was she would open 8 hours on Friday pending approval of the budget, but pending approval of us. So I think that we need to, it seems like to me now we say, here's what we're giving you. Yep. Open up your 8 hours on Friday.
I agree.
So
And if they don't do the 8 hours, do we get?
take that money, because Hendersonville takes it away too.
I've got Santa Claus on my way back if we can get out of
So I'm going to make a motion.
Okay.
I'm going to make a motion. We have funded her budget to reflect 8 hours
This is contingent.
on Fridays, no more contingencies. What do you mean?
That 20,000 would be contingent on them opening, that's what I
Yes,
mean.
but
Yeah.
she's making it
I'm making
it clean, because yours is not.
Yeah, that's fair. I'll back it, I'll second it.
So my motion is that budget has funded Hendersonville Library and approves their 8 hours on Fridays at the Hendersonville Library. That extra 8 hours on Fridays to be open 6 days a week at 48 hours a week.
I'll second it. So, is that the right way to say that?
Yes.
All right. Well, they said does it have to be approved by the commission? Well,
Yes, it'll have to be approved when the whole budget is approved. They asked, when do we expect to open on that Friday? I said, not until at least August 1st,
Okay.
because we gotta pass the budget.
I thought you
But I wanted to go ahead and, because we're gonna have the board is going to need to know, we have done our part. The board said yes, pending approval, we've done our part here.
Here's what I'll say, though, is there an MOE requirement for libraries?
There is.
So here's what I would say.
Hours and dollars.
I'll just say this is so first off, let's take a vote on it. Now, let me make this comment, then we'll take a vote on it. Here's what I would personally do. If we do this, and they decide, hey, we don't have it, and we're deciding to stay open we're only gonna do 5, because they're their own little sovereign thing, we're only 5 days, I will not approve a single increase until we make that $20,000 up. I'm just telling you what I would do, personally. And I hope we're all on board, because they have this new MOE, right? So if they renege.
Why would they renege?
The board, I don't think the board voted to give it, pending us, and we're
giving.
Let's go. I'm for you, I'm just saying what I'll do here, because I just don't want to get crossed off. All right, all in favor?
I see what you're saying.
All in favor of this amendment? Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Awesome. Did they put that in? All right, let's continue.
Did she get her 1.5?
Yes.
For her.
And she asked for a new employee.
So Westmoreland,
All those 500.
I'm not familiar with
It's
that.
just additional.
Additional on top of the 1.5?
No, they didn't know the 1.5 was coming, so they asked for that.
Do people who are more familiar with Westmoreland, what do we think about this employee?
I don't believe,
Okay.
They're level 2.
they don't have a movie theater or, a Kmart, they don't have anything in Westmoreland, but a teen library. I'm sorry, but to me, that library is much more of an essential place, and, then.
So you say to keep it?
No, I don't know why she needs a full-time teen librarian.
Okay, any objection? Do we need to take a vote on this, or are we good with striking?
No, I think if we strike it and she fills that passage, she can come back.
I think that's something the board needs to
What did you say,
discuss, too.
circulation?
Yeah, I don't know what Westmoreland circulation is.
Without objection, we remove it.
Actually, you know what? I do.
Same thing, zeros. Unless anybody has, we've given this, we've done 1.5.
You said it yesterday, but I just want to brag on them. I think her
I thought
presentation was
Maxwell's
excellent
presentation
and
was awesome.
humble. Yes.
And she's a level 3, and how many employees does she have?
4 total.
And Westmoreland's a level 2, and she asked.
And she has,
Mm-hmm.
5
Yeah, look,
already.
she's awesome, man. She's been like that every year. Big fan.
I think that
She is our own.
librarian is the only one that's a trained librarian.
That's what, and I think
And it shows.
and it bears discussing that, in some sectors, education matters, and that is one. So, she knows how to run on she was willing to go up to 48 hours 2 years ago. She would go up to 48 hours today if we gave her. She would do it, and I think Lauren Rippey in Westmoreland was willing to do it too, with no increase in their budget. No extra employees, nothing. And Lauren is a trained librarian.
The one county employee, the rest is.
Yeah, so we can, soil conservation, they didn't present, we did this on 1.5.
So was going, getting a degree in library
What is soil
science,
conservation?
why is that? I mean, is that like a business degree that they learn how to be?
It's a master's degree.
Well, I knew as soon as I asked that,
And they have master's degrees in library science?
do they need the 1.5?
Both those ladies?
And why?
No, they don't have a master's degree. Professional library.
Just brief
All right, I'll take it, put it to vote. I'll make a motion to change the soil conservation to the standard 1.5 merit, and everybody else. Motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
I'll pass it on.
You want to get more of that?
Is this one of our departments that doesn't have a boss?
there we go.
Other than, everybody else was in it. Everybody else was doing lots of things. I mean, I think he should do it.
Better service.
They said it was. What?
So part-time
Circulation is
personnel.
568.
Oh, we need to zero out, we need to zero that now. They're actually getting more than what they asked for, you should be happy. Part-time personnel. Do we give, better services part-time personnel? I personally have.
I am in favor of it.
They have people there, every time I go there, they're out and about. I'm fine.
Who is it?
Veteran services.
Did they ask for that part-time?
Does anybody have objections to keeping the part-time?
No.
All right, we leave that one.
I think that office space,
What is this? This is our changes. Oh, highway is its own.
No, I asked about that. He said that they'll do the part-time.
I mean, I put in the
Full-time person.
deal that he does.
Okay, so we need to talk about positions for highway. With operator, scroll down. Is that all of them?
No, I mean,
I want additional overtime, a mechanic.
The mechanic is non-negotiable.
Is that for
That's for,
position?
Howard, can we look at his budget by itself and just look and see where we're at? His budget, just for refresher, highway is separate from general fund, it's its own money allocation, so we need to look at it separately.
Here's the projected fund balance for next year. The minimum he has to have, is right here. So he's above his minimum, that he's less than recommended.
So we won't get a note if we leave them alone this month. We'll get an estimate on it.
No, we should be.
I think we leave it alone. I mean, the whole thing, all highway. Yeah, highway. Anybody want to do anything with highway?
No.
Okay. So we leave it. Yeah. All right, we leave highway alone. Guys, so y'all know, I did, we were prepping this, we added half a penny to that. In order to make some of these changes, we added a half a penny before we got here. It was a half a penny to highway. So that's how we were able to make a little bit of difference. And remember, part of the reason I'm doing that is we gave that $20 million and that's down to 5. If we don't bump it up little by little, we're gonna hit this cliff where he's out of money. And we're either gonna have to give him another big dump of capital, so we're gonna need to be prepared to do another one of these years.
The half a penny was a $500,000.
I mean, because we're gonna vote on this all together. Okay?
I got that.
Yeah, let's go.
County commission budget.
County commission budget, we voted on this yesterday.
No, we're going to vote on salary. This is the
Oh.
rest of it.
Oh, what else comes out of that budget?
Audit services, that processing services,
Do we get popcorn?
I just want
That's a
coffee.
bonus from the.
Coffee pot.
user membership.
Food supplies is in there.
Where?
That's what business made of.
Let's go to,
That's how you do it.
What is the other side? Oh, that's for note takers and whatnot.
Yeah.
let's see, now's the right time to check where we're at.
Hey, yeah, I'm.
Oh, bonus.
What?
Look at that.
51.
All right.
Oh, we're in the good.
No.
Oh, we need that.
We actually could probably be okay with this.
Yeah.
Because we've got that half.
Are we the last department?
Oh, you know what we haven't talked about yet?
We haven't talked about.
Volunteer fire.
Oh, we haven't talked about volunteer fire.
Before we leave this,
I'll make
what about opting in to the ability, if those commissioners who have completed their hours, there's something at the state level they're continuing in?
Oh, yeah.
What is that?
If they want, it's like an additional, like a stipend.
It's just an additional stipend.
It's up to $600 a year if you complete your 8 hours.
Which is $50 a month.
So, if somebody wants.
No, I think it's.
Wait,
Does that come from the county budget, or does that come from the
The
state?
state does not pay for it, we have to pay for it, but what it, and I argued this in budget 2 years ago, and, that there are a lot of commissioners that might be a nice little incentive for them to go take some CTAS classes,
But then would that
which might make some of
trigger-
our meetings shorter.
Would that $50 on it, in addition to the $950 trigger what? Commissioner outlined?
It's
reimbursement
and
That's,
expenses.
that's kind of like, yeah, and, but that, I don't know, I haven't looked into it, I didn't think about it.
CFO, PO, ASD?
CCFO just means I can read a budget. It means I know the laws. It means I know that I'm not supposed to tell the school board what to do. They told us that in every class.
I'm just asking the question, I mean, it's not gonna matter for anybody.
It would be under a line.
Do you wanna make a motion to do it?
Well, you can always fund it, if you can't use it, you can't use it.
That's true. Yeah,
Well, I'd encourage you to get your 8 hours that are required by state law, Mr. Chairman.
I believe in education by
Follow that myth.
he's still hard enough.
Yeah.
But there's no.
He can't.
I'll second. What's the motion?
Because we did yours while you were here, kinda like we did yours.
Okay, if you were gonna add 1.5 to everybody though, we did not include anything for our clerical or administrative personnel.
Well, that's why I was asking, we'll come back to EMS, because that's why I was asking earlier, like, what your total was. If you had pulled those out, you wouldn't have to back into it.
Hey.
Because that would mean that some of yours will go, because you've added some up, but some may go down. So like, it's up to you. Like, if you want to try to back into it, I just don't know.
Like I did what?
It could be
Oh, I
that
don't care.
if
It's
we
only gonna
apply
be
the 1.5 with
my
you
husband's
guys,
asked me to
because
grow it up.
you're so much bigger,
1989,
you
I'll
already
grow
had
it
that,
up.
and we didn't discuss like how to bring this down. Like, it's up to you.
Yeah,
Sure,
he did
guys,
too. I
good,
think that's
just leave
the
it as
problem.
it is, but
I'm
if you wanted to do it, we can, but if it goes, it could end up like, you get less than what you.
I'll look at it and come back funny.
If we want, here's what we can do, you can let it come back, and we can back into it. So you good with that? All right, so we just leave yours alone? Okay, so
why don't you just add somebody to the, that was
I
$50.
did make the motion to opt in.
okay, let's,
Okay. Just to get it in there.
let's close this one out. So the motion is,
To opt into the additional $600 per year for those commissioners who complete their 8 hours of CTAS training.
all right. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Okay.
What are you gonna say to that?
Oh,
I mean, you're gonna assume everybody's gonna.
Did you say that? Aren't you supposed to be an educator?
We're 51,000 in the hole.
Oh.
What's more important than these being
Oh, wait.
educated?
If we weren't 50,000 in the hole, how would you feel?
I'd probably feel good.
Okay, because remember, we've got volunteer fire we gotta talk about.
You're sure that I don't, okay, well,
Yeah. So
we can always, we were on the prevailing side, Mr. Hines, so we can always come back to it. So let's go to.
Don't forget it.
I won't forget it. We'll come.
you won't forget it.
I'm not saying I would say yes, but I'm not saying I say yes, but I'll support getting it back on the floor.
Look, I thought my good.
Hey, you know what we could do?
Sure, I.
We could take, you know what we could do? We could take it out of that non-profit line.
Well, we're going there right now. We're going all the.
Yeah, you hear me?
I already want to increase that.
Let's focus, we're getting close to 2 o'clock.
We're getting close. We're getting close.
You gonna turn into.
We haven't messed with capital yet.
Oh.
We got work. We got enough.
Why would the electricity of the bridge come out of the county commission?
Yeah, I've been wondering that a long time.
There's a lot of things out of the county commission I'd love to look at today.
The Water Line Bridge?
Yeah.
Respectfully, Mayor, you're not on this committee, so I appreciate it. That's not, I can ask it.
Joe's getting spicy.
He's been spicy.
He
Makes
said
me laugh.
respectfully.
I did.
And I do mean, with all due respect.
But can one of us come out of it?
What is that from?
No, it's not.
Funny though.
No, it's not a lot, I'm just curious.
This
how it
is
comes out of it.
egregious.
No, that's not what he said. He was like,
Oh, but that's one thing that sticks in my head.
I like Chris.
I know, I agree 100%.
All right, do we wanna do anything?
I don't know why it was put there.
It probably should be under county buildings.
Yeah, I would think so.
Shoot.
But it's not a building either.
Correct.
Close to that,
Yeah, yeah.
I think it should be under Wilson County's line item. Isn't that thing all in Wilson County?
Half of it is.
Probably half and half. I bet they pay half of it.
Isn't that a state road?
Yes.
Well, that sounds like a state, that
That
sounds
sounds
like a
like
state
somebody's
problem. Yeah.
You call.
Yeah, don't you get on that? Respectfully.
Respectfully. All right. Before you text, Mr. Lambert,
He's gonna tell you that.
I'm sorry, that was, I shouldn't do that. That was a
you wanna make,
ethical violation.
you wanna make, pay attention right here.
Okay.
So what, did you have
I would like someone to explain, because I do not understand. So if I was looking at this, they are asking for a 300% increase.
Yeah.
We also have an ad hoc committee that is still meeting to determine a long-term plan, because what I heard in the presentation, and from my understanding of past meetings, we're all trying to solve long-term, not just keep sticking a Band-Aid on it. So why would we do that large of an increase, not knowing what is going to happen long-term?
So I'm with you, and I was one of the two that voted against this, me and Mr. Hyde, but I will play the devil's advocate here and understand, like, the argument that the volunteer firefighters made when they made the presentation last time, if you recall the history of it, they came back, they had this agreement that they wanted us to sign, which basically signed us up to future appropriations at a certain level. And that's what this level is, except what's funny about it is that they asked for these, but then some of them didn't apply.
They were late.
And then they also want this amount, so they're actually asking for more than what it's not a 300,000, it's a 300% increase from what was originally done last budget, correct?
Right.
It is not a 300% budget for what we did for a year, because we gave them that.
So if we added the 100,000 into the late submissions, that would be another 200 or 300?
300.
White House Institute station.
Okay.
So if you want.
Hold on, can I see what that increase would be year over year? Like if you added the 100,000 in there? That would be a what? Okay, 100% increase
From last year.
from last year.
Right.
Original budget.
Original budget.
680, 684, 60.
My
It's just a little bit less than last year.
My concern is we have a ad hoc committee that they stated, and Mr. Klein has stated, who sits on that committee, they're really diving in to get this solved. We also have the fire tax, we have the referendum, we have all these thoughts out there.
We are very
Personally, I would like to see play out, and so it seems counterintuitive to tell a committee, hey, go solve this problem, but we're just gonna throw 100% more money at it in the meantime, when they may come back and say, hey, that's not the funding, or they may come back and say, hey, we need more, which is fine. So I would like to make a motion, we reduce it to 75,000, which when I look through the submitted budgets, that would cover most of the expenses, not including the fundraising.
Can we get it, I'm not saying it, can I just get a look at what that number is?
It'll say 300-ish thousand.
Just to let you know, we don't know what they need.
No,
Neither do they.
correct.
Yes.
That's part of the experiment. Is
I think, if you look through here, I also think fundraising is all over the board. You've got one that's got $80,000 in fundraising, and you've got Highland, which is 3 stations that only has a grand total of 4,000 in donations.
I think what he's saying, and please correct me if I'm wrong, I think what he's saying is to try to let the ad hoc committee do their job.
Yes.
But not us do the full funding until we know what the
I think it's your motion.
And what the fire departments are saying is, we're desperados. We just need more than we got because we're in big trouble. And if we fail, you've got no fire coverage. That's what they're saying. They're saying we can't get people to volunteer. I understand that. Our equipment is antiquated and breaking down, and we can't even afford to buy parts for it. So I empathize with the position, but the reason I wanted to be on it is because I wanted to really dig in and get fixes. Well, the reason we gave them 1.3 million, whatever, last year, is because it was a stopgap, and that's where we're at today. And it's not like we're not diligently working on there. There's so much to
saying that at
explore.
all. I just think we're trying to let you come up with the additional funding sources or ideas while not over obligating ourselves until you've had time to do your job. I mean, if I remember earlier, it was stated that this might be a 2-year loan.
It could be.
So
It could be. Now, our goal was 1 year, so next late fall. But, and it's just tough. These guys have full-time jobs, families, church, everything else. And they're saying, look, we can't go door to door. And I'm saying, I've continually said, if you hired an advertising guy, your mailers would look a whole lot better, and I think you'd get a better result. When I found out,
well, I understand that. There's also it's a vast difference in fundraising, so you can't say. But to your point, no, between you and Wes, there's not going to talk about digging. There ain't going to be a speck of dirt left in that hole.
Let's do this. So I think we have a motion and a second.
they'll come back squawking.
No, I didn't say it, but, we have a motion and a second to reduce it from 100,000 per to 75,000 per.
Which is still a hefty increase from what they got last year.
How much have they for the general fund?
Well, sorry.
In the original budget. Yes.
Two different.
Two different, yeah.
And we may end up having all that this time.
How was that all at stake?
Well, because you had to add 75 times 3.
Oh, you added, yeah, that's right.
Mm-hmm.
So do you want to, here's what I'll make an amendment.
So 300,000 was eaten up by.
I'll make an amendment. I will, so I second it, I will amend this to 60,000 per.
That's still 2.5 times what we allocated in last year.
What's that?
It's still 2.5 times.
So if we, does that have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, so let's take that to 60.
That's a second, you need to vote.
Okay. Well, I just want to see what the numbers look like. They have some strange initial formatting in this, so if they can't just drop the whole.
Yeah. Because if there's like a really good.
Okay, then. So that's my motion and my second. Is there any discussion on that? All in favor? Any opposed?
Yes, I mean.
You're one opposed? Okay. So let's continue through, and I had noted to,
Judge's subscription.
okay, let's do that.
That's the money for the vacations?
That was Catherine's. Was it Catherine that asked about that?
There's about $600.
What are you talking about?
The judge's discretionary fund, and it's $600 for other contracted services.
Yeah, it was for something that was just, what did he say? I can't remember exactly what it was. It was $600.
$600 a month.
Yeah, it's something they needed.
They have a judge's discretionary fund. It's been $10,000
Is that when they have-
for years.
Yeah.
You talking about the $10,000 where they pay the judges to come and sit?
Oh, that's right.
That's in their own.
No,
Oh.
that wasn't it. This is
Oh,
something
what?
different.
Now, this, like, they pay water, they pay random supplies, like, the state judges, if they need things, I know we've done AV equipment, that sort of thing,
Oh.
patch one.
You must have been asleep during that.
I don't know where that
Yeah.
is.
I don't remember. These just general sessions judges?
Any judges can do
Yeah.
it.
I just don't, Matt, do you remember the increase for judges
No,
discretionary?
it's $600 a month for 12 months, for other contracted services, but I don't remember.
I don't recall, Matt. Yes. That was Mark Smith on the clerk and master for the conservator. We're dealing with lots of issues.
Oh, it was the state judge. That's what it was. Yeah, the state judge, yeah.
Let's keep going.
I totally thought it was the judge too until you said that.
The nonprofit.
I mean, I'm fine with leaving the nonprofits alone.
No, I said part for the not allocated. It was 105, the committee, back in the fall, recommended we bumped to 125 for fiscal year 27.
Yeah, that goes with you.
Okay, go ahead.
I just have to ask this question, and I know that my fellow commissioner will agree with me, because just because it's always been that way doesn't mean it should be. Why do the taxpayers fund nonprofits?
I think it's a big, I think this is a very good question. And we've done this, we have not killed it. I think there is a very good philosophical question for why do taxpayers, we're basically forcing them to spend on a nonprofit. Now, the civic nonprofit, the volunteer, we were just hammering the non-volunteer fire departments, but to be fair to the VFDs, they're providing a civic service that is county-like.
Right.
Like, you know what I mean? So, like, it's a different monster.
If Planned Parenthood was coming in here looking for money, I'd have a real problem.
Right, and your point is that we shouldn't be able, I'll get you, we shouldn't, I'll get you, Mr. Leonard, but like, your point is, and I get it, if we had a different, if we were all liberal, we're all conservative, right? We're gonna, some more than others, but,
I'm a patriot, actually.
we would probably wouldn't fund Planned Parenthood, but there are things that we are choosing, right? So, anyway, so Mr. Leonard.
We're picking winners and losers on behalf of the people out there. We don't know what they want.
That's right.
I can always get in my wallet and give this money to the.
Mr. Lambert?
Okay, so historically, depends on what your version of historically is. From my understanding, in 2014 is when they started this. I look back because it was this group of commissioners.
Okay.
They decided to go this route instead of what happened today, where you have the Hope Center and a laundry list of nonprofits come in. Instead, what they did was set aside X dollars and do what I sit on with Commissioner Becker. You were on there. No, you.
Terry, I think
Terry was on there. In October, September, we have a day like this where all the nonprofits come in. So basically, it saved time. They separated out to save time in the budget process. So it's been done for 10+ years, but I guess a little bit shorter than that. That being said, if you'll look on page 70, a lot of these that come through are county-like services or benefit to counties. Sumner County Captions, let's just take them for example. They're in the court system every single day as child advocates that if they were not there, we would have to pick up other places. I'm trying to look through up there. There's others like that where Meals on Wheels, Ashley's Place. Yes, it's stuff like that that is still benefit for the county, which is why they go through that. The reason for the increase in ask was when all of these came in, the cost went up, right? I mean, we've talked about this several times. Instead of gas being $2.50, it's $4. So their ask went up. So the committee said, hey, let's move it from 105 to 125. I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, it's really a policy question, and
Do we want to do it this way, or do we want to move it back to where they all come in individually?
yeah, and you can make that argument. It's a good argument. They're saving the county money by us partially funding them.
Right.
And we're gaining much more than we're losing in dollars. I'm just, it's
Kind of neuter alliance. That's what I was trying to say. It helps with they do all the services for animal, well, not all, they do. Okay, well, at one point they did. But also, if we fund them, that keeps the animal control numbers down, which is why we give them it's like $14,000.
Mr. Harrison? All I'm just a couple of minor points. One, we're talking about 1/10 of 1 penny overall. In fact, less than 1/10 of 1 penny as of today. If we up it to 125, it's a hair over that. The other part is, and I was one of the people who voted for this, we gave $275,000 to pay on quarterback club debt for Westmoreland. And that was passed, I believe, unanimously.
I don't know that it was, I think I voted against that.
Well, it passed overall.
You didn't, there was enough people there against it, you like everybody.
Either way, I mean, it's the same principle.
well, I gotta tell you, that building though that building is on school property and was built and effectively donated to the school. I don't know that wasn't the school building that needed to be replaced.
It wasn't the school system the same thing.
I mean, we just spent how many tens of millions of dollars on bleachers?
So I disagree discussion, I'm not trying to, we're just going a little bit off.
Yeah, we are. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. Well,
And I agree, the first year I didn't vote for it, and I spoke against it on the floor. We should not, if you don't pay your taxes, he comes and gets your house through permission from Mark Smith's court, who our tax dollars pay for.
Right.
Okay, I get it. I don't want to pay neuter a line. Because when I go take my little kitty cats up there to get them neutered and spayed, I pay for it. I don't feel like I need a discount from the county to do that. But I do it because...
So is there a motion to...
No, stop. So I understand what you're saying. I do, I understand that. But this is what is going to happen. And we're funding senior citizen centers and I think now that I've done this for 4 years and I've talked about this to other people, there are tangibles in government. We don't have a lot of tangibles that are happy tangibles. We pay our taxes, we hate it, so you go to the library, that's a happy tangible. Carolyn Templeton's people are always happy and smiling even when you're in there for your passport. You know what I mean? Those are the tangibles. Sheriff's deputies, SROs, when they're in a good habit, when they're not arresting you, happy tangible. When they come to serve warrants at my house, I let them come in, I sit down and talk to them. So, happy tangible. So I'm with him, 1/10, don't interrupt me. I don't care. We were scheduled till 5. 1/10 of 1 penny, you are correct. For a happy tangible.
Is there a motion?
Is it right or wrong? I don't know.
Motion to do what? To do anything. Is there
Pay for that happy tangible.
I have a motion to increase to 115.
So we have a motion to increase to 115. I'll second. Okay, motion and a second.
What's 115?
115 as opposed to 105. Total allocation to nonprofits. All right, is there any discussion on this? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
Fails.
Motion fails. I'm sorry, I can't ask these guys to cut, and then we're just gonna cut the volunteer fire department.
I can't wait till every elderly senior citizen lines up. I'm gonna give you your address right now.
All right, you don't know what it is today.
I know it is.
So here with the
100
Star Center,
Justin Street.
I wanted to be clear.
3706.
We're still at the 105. Yes. No, there was no motion to remove all of it. Okay. So
I make a motion to bump it to 110.
don't even know what they
Yeah,
do.
she said.
I read that thing, they're out of Jackson, Tennessee.
Okay. Really?
Yeah, I don't even know what they do.
So, that's why they didn't show up.
They got a big old budget too.
I think they.
All right, so we've got your, we got that way.
Can we,
So guys, here's,
wait, can we go back to that?
go ahead. Yeah.
Can you explain to me the rationale while we're on that, explain to me, behind funding the Small Business Development Center at a county level?
We probably think that's a good idea.
I'm not disagreeing with it, I'm saying.
These guys, here's the thing, these guys come with outcomes every single time. I fund stuff with people with outcomes, and there is nothing more important. We help people.
So the
Well, hold on.
elderly people that.
Wait.
Senior
So
center.
you asked, I want to answer. We give pilot support and tax breaks to big companies like, Meta.
Actually, we don't. Oh, county doesn't approve that.
Cities have, but it's still, cities and municipalities do, local government absolutely tries to court big businesses. So I don't have any problem also doing a little bit to try to help support small ones. There's no rationale.
I agree.
Now, if you're a big business person,
Listen,
if you're not in for a small business, I mean, by all means.
I'm a Christian and I love Jesus.
And he's a patriot.
I'm a patriot.
I give 20% of my gross income every year to I donate it. So it's not that I'm against nonprofits. I'm not sure, the only point I was making is I'm not sure it's our job as the county to be taking public funds.
Here's a very good argument. I might even be, let's put it, if we get to a point where we had to do a tax bump, I would be cutting off.
I think that's a very different conversation, yes.
So, but if we're going to continue this, I absolutely put, to answer Mr. Lambert's point, I absolutely put, the small business development on par with the other thing. You can't just only, help the very, very, folks in the very, very bottom one.
Right.
Try to help them with the chain.
Right.
So we still need to do the capital fund.
We still need to do, capital, but before we do this, back to general fund, I'm gonna make a motion.
Where are we at?
Back to general fund here.
Can we go back to the sheriff and EMS?
I was gonna go to EMS, I had a conversation here to add back in, it'll make this slightly negative,
At
but not much,
1.5.
2 AMTs. So we removed 2 AMTs.
Make a motion.
Second. Make a motion, we have a motion and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Thank you.
Did you get your 1.5 on your clerical? What was
I
the
think to be fair with all the other
Two EMTs.
counties, everybody else,
Remove.
that we do that for the
Remove it.
Remove.
He did not put steps on the clear.
So moved.
Second?
So this is gonna put us well under, but if we're good with that, right? All right, so.
Well under what?
98%.
No, that's okay, we can have a little bit of a, so we would do 1.8 across the board, 1.5 across the board. We would zero everything out.
I hate to be my wife.
You gotta zero out all the ones that you didn't.
or you can just do the ones that aren't done.
That's not fair. Because that's what we do with everybody else.
Oh, I thought you did.
No, we zero, you either zero
Going to
everything
run.
and do 1.5, or you keep what you got.
He read the.
Oh, did you not have any on this one?
We didn't have anything in there.
Okay, so we just didn't do 1.5.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Okay, so, okay, fine, yes. Okay, all in favor of this? Any opposed? I thought we were talking about.
And
I'd like to make a suggestion, Mr. Chairman, that, under the, attorney, that we give an increase in liability, but we increased it, I think, a couple of $100,000, maybe $100,000, and reduced it $100,000. That's still a sizable increase. I think it was 3, wasn't it, Eric? And we bumped it up to 5.
No, I think we took what we ran with last year and split it between two different, lines.
Okay.
So
we reallocated it within the,
I didn't remember doing that, but we did.
It was to help from him having to do so many transfers back and forth.
yeah.
Under the line item of liability, because you were talking about,
I think there's no
what the liability cost.
Correct, isn't that what we did?
I think it's still there.
There.
Yeah.
So it was a net zero change, we just reallocated it between the two lines to be closer to what it's.
But it's the same.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, you could still take, a little from both and be better off than what you were.
You mean add more to both?
No, take away a little from both.
This is in a separate fund, it's not in the general fund.
Okay,
It's
well,
in a
forget
separate
that.
fund.
Yeah, and I only get it as it's allocated by finance anyway, it's not an ask I make.
Can we go to general fund and see where we're at now?
No property taxes going into that.
Okay.
So we're at 32,000 negative, I mean,
I
margin of error.
Well, I move that we accept this, but,
We have to do capital, sir. We're doing capital.
What about courthouse and jail, drug
Oh,
control?
yeah, we got to do that. So let's go through these. These will be quick.
Yeah.
What are we looking at?
Courthouse and jail.
Courthouse and jail.
so that we have
Any changes? Where are we at?
Matt, this also does not include the school budget, right?
It does, we're still school budget separate, we haven't gotten it.
I have until May.
So if this is just, everyone is just talking about it. So if they come in over the number that I'm assuming you've already given, that would also factor.
We'd have to figure it out. Or we tell them no. You know, I mean.
motion.
Closer to the top, scroll up, 106.
Part of this was what I talked about before, was just reallocating between the lines, to decrease the number of transfers that the mayor's office has received in the year.
I did not add any, the only thing I added to that budget would have been those courthouse steps. But if you look at the bottom line,
It's $90,000 more than last year. Part of that's proceeds from small portion of
the
it.
rest of it's just allocations and they make it.
Is there any motion to change any of those? I'm fine with it.
We're still projecting $420,000 budget at the end of 27.
Okay. Any issues? Let's continue.
Drug control, not a lot of changes, pretty flat.
Any issues? No changes?
Debt service.
Debt service.
Should talk.
Well, I mean, do we need a, without objection, I would like to.
Don't need to decide.
Well, what
We need to decide about the debt
the
payoff.
debt payoff.
Motion.
Okay, so vote second.
Well,
Who's 10,000?
2 million.
Let's let that.
that is on Monday's budget agenda, pretty much does it, in more detail what you need be. And if
You want to hold off till then, but I'm good to do it.
if you want the, financial consultant to come and speak to you and explain it better than what I can, she can do that as well.
We need to give some guidance, like what you were saying. Because remember, they're gonna pull this trigger. So like, I think what we should do is we progress along here.
So so the motion needs to be to give them the guidance to within at least a penny.
I can do that.
If we want, I'm good with, is that the motion you want to
That's
make?
my motion.
Second.
Second, you got, that's fine. We have a motion and a second to, pursue the, $10 million, repayment plus the refund.
At least, yes.
Provided we get at least a penny of savings.
Yes. And if it's more, great. If it's less,
So that's,
no.
at least a penny of savings annually.
Yes.
And it could be that it doesn't happen at all.
That's exactly
Or
right.
it may happen in October.
Yep, right.
Yes.
Yep.
If I could, I front-loaded a tentative resolution, and it's about 40 pages because of all the contract requirements right, so that'll be in the packet for budget Monday. I just wanted y'all to understand that was tentative if you all decide to do that. That will be the resolution to go to commission.
Note here that we have added,
About the,
because we're gonna be taking some, we're gonna be draining this a little bit, and we needed to drain it. But now we'll be at the point where we'll want to start bumping it back up, that we put three pennies back into it. And just to be, we're gonna need to probably put an additional 3 pennies back into it next year.
Where do we take them from?
Capital. So we drained, this year we kind of drained capital, and we're going either here or into, general fund. Now, there's still some in capital, but we moved some. So are we good with this, adding the 3 pennies here? There's more in debt service than last year.
I'm great.
Into it.
That's great.
Any change? All right.
I had my glasses on.
Anything else? Oh, capital.
So your projected ending balance, that of course is 5.5 is for highway.
I mean,
And this, just for point of clarification, I mean, I'm just speaking for me, I don't have to have somebody come and talk to me Monday night about this.
No.
And that's fine, she just offered.
I understand that, yes, but I would, if I was her, I wouldn't waste my time.
yeah, I think we're.
I think we understand what we're doing.
Don't David explain it to
Do
us.
we have anything we need to?
Not you, David.
We're gonna, we're 29 million in the last.
Say that again?
Is that our projected ending after capital projects?
Yes.
Yes.
If everything was
So
over.
if we come up with a
So we
project for the roof, we may be able to do that next year.
Correct.
Yes, we talked.
Is this including the courtroom build out?
Sure.
Yes.
Yeah.
This is our capital black,
Yes.
29 million.
Yes. We could put more in debt service, but
We don't want that arbitrage.
I don't want arbitrage.
No, me
We
neither.
can do that next.
And most likely this will go up as the year goes on, so. That's good.
So is that all?
Good.
Now, Mr. Hyde, I think you can, if you'd like to make a motion, because.
I make a motion, we accept.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously.
I'm so proud of us.
All right, there's one motion left to be made today. Motion to adjourn. All in favor?
So who's got the inventory of what pennies are in what accounts now?
You have it, it's that front sheet, it's that very first sheet.
Record finance team,
That's what we're starting with.
well, one, I wanna thank you, but two,
If you go to.
if you don't have any changes, don't bother coming and waste your time. I think that made this much smoother this year.
That's right. Okay, which one was it?
No tax increase.
Most departments got more than they asked for. Some judges are not gonna be happy, but I'll give them a call.